Unmute test. Mute.
Crustacean King! Digital screens! Canito Carginos, the name, a tidal wave of fame! He clicks and he clacks through internet stacks. A crab with a cause, defying all laws. Canito Carginos! Screaming tonight, burning so bright, burning so bright. Pokemon hacks, Yu-Gi-Oh attacks, GTA madness. Holy crap, scuttles through digital rumbles. No sleep for the wicked. This crap is addicted. Canito Carginos, crabman, streaming tonight, burning so bright. Canito Carginos, crabman, streaming tonight, burning so bright. Burning so bright.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna do some stuff tonight.
Completed anger management and gun safety classes.
Hands out your pocket.
I wanted to see if this was just a dash cam video or if there was some extra stuff attached to it. So I just kind of jumped in. I saw like the first minute of this. I was like, I might react to this. Might not be a reaction, but I'll watch it on stream. Female cop arrests the wrong guy, and it backfires fast by Hampton Law. Let's check it out.
Hands out your pockets for me.
I'm not the one who's done.
Sir, I don't keep your hands out of your pockets. Put the phone
I
down.
haven't done a crime. Don't talk to me like
Listen
that.
to me. I don't know you.
Listen,
you can put
I
that
don't
down.
know you. You're the one with the gun. Why
Get down on the ground now. Get down on the ground.
this?
Get down on the ground.
What the?
I told you not
That's
to
why
reach for anything.
I haven't committed a crime. You don't have any.
Hands out to your
I
side
haven't
now.
committed a crime.
Now you can put your hands behind your back.
You can't defeat me for what?
Yes, I can.
For what?
I don't know you.
I don't know you. You're the ones with guns. Yeah, you arrested me for nothing.
I'm detaining you right
That's
now.
fine. You're detaining me for what crime?
Because you don't want to listen.
That's not a crime. Are your body cams on?
Yes, they sure
Good.
are.
Good. I called you guys
And that's gonna screw her in the long run.
help because this guy's brandishing a gun at me.
This man is on the ground.
Like, yo, imagine you're the one who calls the cops and then they fucking arrest you. Because they're fucking stupid.
In handcuffs. He didn't start this. He didn't have a weapon. And in fact, he's the one that called 911. Now, I'm going to walk you through everything that happened at that pool before this officer showed up. And there's a detail that comes later in this footage that will change everything about what you just saw. And as always, I'm going to break down what the officers did and what the citizens did and determine what was lawful or awful. May 9th, 2023, Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. Ryan Gold was swimming laps at his apartment complex pool when a dispute broke out between him and another resident. Watch what happened next.
Like, it's like, bro, it's a communal pool. Every resident of that complex has the same equal right to use that pool as anyone else. You can't just be like, oh, find somewhere else to swim. I want the pool for myself. The fuck's wrong with you, you entitled bitch? Like, homie is literally just taking up as little room in the pool as possible to get in his laps.
You just saw a man lift his shirt and display a concealed firearm at Ryan Gold. That's not a misunderstanding. In fact, under Florida law, that's improper distribution of a dangerous weapon. Now, I want you to notice Mr. Gold did
I'm pretty sure he meant exhibition because he didn't distribute the firearm to anyone. But yeah, you can't just pull out a gun and wave it at somebody. That, in a lot of places, is in and of itself a crime because it can be seen as a threat. You know, if I were to just reach into my waistband, pull out a 1911, and just wave it around, a lot of people might view that as, oh shit, he's got a gun. He's got a gun. He might use it.
exactly the right thing here. He removed himself from the situation. He called the cops. He then described exactly what happened to him, and then he waited patiently for the cops to arrive. But watch who arrived first. Officer Bethany Guerrero decided to approach the man who called 911. Not the man with the gun, the man who reported the man with the gun. And watch what she says first.
Hey man, how you doing? You hands out your pockets for me?
I'm not the one with the gun.
Sir, I don't keep your hands out of your pockets. Put the
Relax.
phone
I
down.
haven't done a crime. Don't talk to me like
Listen
that.
to me. I don't know you.
Listen.
He just told her he wasn't the one with the gun, but she continues the command. Now I want you to think about this. If this guy was the one who pulled the gun, you really think he would be standing there ready for the cops to show up? Now under the law, an officer approaching a potential victim, once she's able to confirm that, and all she had to do is not be lazy and check with dispatch. Once she was able to confirm.
Yeah, you look, as someone who's called the cops a bunch of times, it's a fairly simple process. You call the cops, you tell them where you are, they dispatch some people to you, you wait for them. The cops will usually show up and be like, are you the one who called us? And I'll be like, yes, officer. As you can see, somebody smashed the fucking side mirror of my car and keyed a fucking expletive into the trunk and ran their key across all the side. You know, let's fill out a report about this shit. As just one fucking example of the many things that have happened to me where I've needed to call the police. But yeah, usually one of the first things they'll be like, are you the one who called us?
This was a potential victim. She has no authority to begin to draw down on.
Especially when, like, the officers, you know, they're approaching the place to which they were dispatched, the location, and there's someone waiting for them. Usually the first thing they're going to say are you the one who called us?
Him issue those commands and treat him the way that she did. But I want you to notice what happened next. This is where the citizen makes a bit of a mistake and Officer Guerrero makes a huge mistake.
You
Listen,
can put
I
that
don't
down.
know you. You're the one with the gun. Why
Get down on the ground now.
Now he reached for his phone, not a weapon, his phone. But can I tell you something? When you get a Cavalier cop who's decided they don't like you or they're going to do something to you, the moment you begin to reach for anything, that is their justification. That's their pretext to now draw down on you and claim they were concerned about their officer's safety, and now they wanted to make sure she could put him on the ground. But I want you to notice something, though. Notice the surveillance footage, exactly where his hands were at the moment she drew down with the gun.
I don't know you. You're the one with the gun. Why
Get down on the ground now. Get down on the ground. Get down on the ground.
What the?
Yeah. At that point, he wasn't reaching anymore, and then she just pulled a gun on him and fucking started throwing around her authority. This woman should not be a fucking officer.
Told you not
That's
to
why
reach for anything.
I haven't committed a crime. You don't have any.
Hands out to your
I
side
haven't
now.
committed a crime.
Now you can put your hands behind your back.
You can't detain me for what?
Yes, I can.
For what?
I don't know you.
I don't know you. You're the ones with guns.
Funny.
Yeah, you're arresting me for nothing.
I'm detaining you right
That's
now.
fine. You're detaining me for what crime?
Because you don't want to listen.
That's not a crime. Are your body cams on?
Yes, they sure
Good.
are.
I called you guys
And that's going to screw her over in the long run, I hope.
for help because this guy's brandishing a gun at me.
Sit up. Sit down. I didn't say get up. I said sit out.
What is this? Where's your supervisor?
I'm getting
Do you
one.
see how she's talking? I haven't done anything.
You don't
Why
want
am
to
I in
listen.
handcuffs? I don't care. You're not my
being
mom.
silly because I'm
You're not
coming
my
here
dad.
for a gun.
That's fine. I don't have a gun. I haven't committed a crime.
And when I told you to keep your hands out of your pockets,
You're not
you did
my.
it.
I didn't commit a crime. You don't get to tell me what to do.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. Why are you yelling at me?
Because I have every
Who
right to
are
right
you?
now.
What's your badge number?
321 Guerrero, Guerria. Make
You-
sure you spell it right.
I explained. There's no gun. That
Yo, her attitude is so shitty.
I don't
has a gun.
detain anybody for no reason.
You're a cop. You're a public servant. You're not supposed to be acting like this. Especially for the person who called you for fucking help, you dumb bitch.
Then what reason?
Because I
What
told
crime
you
did I commit for
Can
you
you
to detain
shut
me?
your mouth so I can explain it to
Are you in charge of this lady? Who are you?
We got
This is the only way.
I didn't commit a crime. I didn't commit a crime. She doesn't get to detain me.
Yes, I do.
Pull her gun on me.
because when you
Put
put
me
your
on the ground.
hands in your pocket and
I
I'm
didn't
getting a
commit a
phone call
crime.
of a
I don't
gun,
care.
you
You're
don't
that
wanna
terrified?
listen.
You shouldn't be a cop if you're that terrified.
I've been here for 20
Yeah. Yeah, you shouldn't be a fucking cop then, bitch.
years,
Yeah,
punk.
yeah, here.
Let's bring it down a notch,
No,
okay?
just tell me what crime I'm in handcuffs for.
Because I get called in because
Crime.
someone is...
What's suspicion?
You don't need
Yeah,
to be in
dumb
handcuffs.
bitch. He's the one who called you.
handcuffed on the ground asking what crime he committed. And listen to the answer.
To detain me, you need suspicion of a crime.
No, you do not.
Yes, you do.
Now, this is important to know because the man Gold reported, the man with the gun, is somewhere nearby on the property. He's not in handcuffs and he's not being investigated. But watch what Ryan Gold does next and watch how the cops respond to it.
Are you in charge of this lady? Who's the search? This is absurd. Why am I in handcuffs on the ground? Are you a supervisor?
No, he's not.
Can someone
I've been
explain
here-
why I'm handcuffed
Can
on
you
that?
shut your mouth
No.
so I can talk to you?
Look at you. To detain me, you need suspicion of a crime.
No, you do not.
Yes, you do. Please
You
explain
do
it to
not.
them. You cannot just go around detaining random
calm
people.
down? Can you calm down for a second?
I'm in handcuffs
Can you calm
for
down?
random.
Obviously, we're not
Can I
getting
stand
anywhere.
up? I'll calm down if I can stand up.
No, you're not
you can
standing
have
up.
a seat on the ground.
For what
not standing
crime?
up.
What did
I'm
I
in
do?
charge, not you.
No, you're not.
And you blue nail polish, cute.
Okay.
No.
I'm not gonna do
Stay
it.
the fuck down.
What did I
Stay the
do?
fuck down, all right?
What did?
Yo, she's such a bitch. She should not be a fucking officer if she doesn't know how to fucking treat the public. Like, bro, you're a public servant. You work for him, you dumb piece of shit.
I do.
All right, don't try to get up. Sit down.
Excuse me, sir. Are you in charge? Nope. Can someone tell me why I'm in
I already
handcuffs?
told someone
what
in charge to
crime
stay here.
or what?
Right now, all I need you for to do is keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm not gonna do it. Arrest me.
You are under
Yeah,
arrest.
I want you. Okay, arrest me.
You're
Go ahead,
under
take me to
arrest for
jail.
resisting. I am
Go
gonna
ahead,
take
take
you
me to jail. Take me to jail right now. Do it.
He
Do it.
didn't resist, you stupid bitch.
I will.
Do it. I'm ready.
going to.
Okay, I'm ready. Let's go. Let's go. I'm ready.
What's your name, dude?
Excuse me.
What's your name? What's your
Allow
name?
me to stand
What's
up
your
and
name?
No.
No.
Negative. Doesn't work that way.
Okay. Tell me what crime I'm here for.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. You're under arrest. So
For what crime?
You have to give your name. You're already on the
That's fine. What crime
Don't
though?
worry. She already told you.
She's already got you.
Resisting arrest is a secondary charge. That's a secondary charge.
It's not a
Then
secondary.
Then take me to jail. I'm not
You are
going
going to jail. Don't
Okay,
worry
let's
about
go.
it. I got you.
Let's go.
There's your supervisor right
That's
there.
fine.
So now Mr. Gold is being transported to jail. He's being charged with resisting, whereas the man who actually had the gun and committed the crime is still somewhere on the property. And here's what's key. There's a piece of footage from that night that no one there doing the investigation has seen yet. Real quick, this little device is the Plod Note Pen S. I know what you're thinking. Come on, Jeff, another gadget? But this one has earned its place. I wear it during meetings, strategy sessions, anytime I'm trying to work out an idea out loud, and I definitely keep it with me during any traffic stop. It records, transcribes, and summarizes everything with AI, without me having to fumble around with my phone like I'm trying to defuse a bomb in some movie. Because once you're over 40, like I am, you realize that not only do the details matter, but your memory is no longer a searchable database like it used to be. But with Claude, it basically turns it into one. It's smaller than AirPods, clips on discreetly, and uses dual microphones with noise cancellation to capture clear audio. Then it organizes everything into speaker-labeled transcripts, summaries, action items, follow-ups, and key decisions. It's like having your own personal mission log. And the search feature, it's incredible. I can look through months of recordings, ask a question, and jump directly to the moment I need. So whether you run a business, manage clients, brainstorm ideas, or you just want to stay on top of every detail, especially during a traffic stop, Plod helps you track the details so that you can remain present. I use mine every day. If you want your own AI-powered memory bank, check out Plod using the link in the description for a special discount. So look how shoddy this police investigation is. While Ryan Gold is being transported to jail, the officers are just now starting to take a look at the actual surveillance footage from the apartment complex.
You know, one thing none of the officers did was ask, are you the one who called us? You know, officers don't just spawn to a location randomly. They have to be called usually. Hey, hello. Yes, I need police. A thing is happening or a thing has happened, right? And then the police come to you. I've called the police both for a thing that was actively happening at one time and a thing that had already happened. Both times when the cops got there, right, you know, because I would obviously tell them where I was so they could come to me. They would come and they came up to me and they would be like, are you the one who called us? And that's typically how the police go, because someone had to summon you there. You were dispatched there because somebody called 911 and was like, hey, there's some shit going down. We need police here. And so the dispatcher was like, okay, hey, any units in this area? We need you to go to this location. There's a thing going on. So there should be a person there who's, you know, the caller, the victim, the person who has a complaint to file because something has gone wrong and the police are needed.
Couldn't get to it immediately, but I've got to...
But none of these cops, not a single one of them even asked, are you the one who called us? You know, again, having had a similar situation to this happen, yeah. The cops came and they were like, are you the one who had the gun pulled on you? And I was like, yes, we are, officer.
Give Sergeant Dennis B credit here, because the moment he actually looked at the footage, he made one phone call. That footage showed something that contradicted the account that Officer Guerrero had given. At the exact moment Officer Guerrero drew her firearm, you remember that same moment she claimed that Ryan Gold was reaching for something? The surveillance camera showed Ryan Gold backing away from her, hands at his sides, not reaching, not threatening, backing away. The sergeant called the jail and immediately told the jail staff to get Gold out before he was processed, before charges could ever be filed. Thankfully for Ryan Gold, he was then
Honestly, it wouldn't matter to me. I would still be suing. I would still be like, hey, Red, what's going on? I would still be like, yeah, I called you and you came and put me in cuffs. Yeah, we're going to have some way bigger problems. First of all, you're still going to deal with the whole thing that I called you for. You know, the dude pulling the gun on me over a simple argument. And then we're going to have to talk about what you did. You know, I'm not a cop hater, but I do get very upset at cops who are bad cops who are bad at their job, cops who misuse their authority, because you besmirch the entire profession of law enforcement. I added them all to the playlist earlier this afternoon. I wasn't feeling well earlier today when I woke up, so I was like laying in bed. And I was like, let me see if Red sent me those videos he was going to send me. And I opened up my Discord messages, and lo and behold, they were like, 4 of them there, so I opened them up and threw them onto my playlist. And we're gonna check those out later. But when a cop does a bad thing, when a cop misuses their authority or oversteps their bounds as a police officer, their behavior besmirches the entire profession of law enforcement. And again, it's not necessarily right, but it brings down society's opinion of law enforcement in general. And, as a cop, yeah, you are supposed to be at a higher standard, and you're supposed to be someone we're supposed to look up to. You're supposed to be better. Yes, you are supposed to be better, because you're supposed to be someone that can serve as an example and someone we're supposed to be able to respect and look up to. Yes, you do have higher standards. You have more authority, right? Then you have higher standards. That's the way it works. With more power comes more responsibility, and you have more power than the average citizen, so you need more responsibility, 100%.
Released. And then the officers began to do the job they should have from the very beginning, which is to investigate the guy who drew the gun.
Again, none of these officers who came asked the simple question, are you the one who called us? Cops are called to places. They're summoned to places. So, when you arrive at the place where your call is, I'm at the corner of 4th and 3rd, and there's a guy waiting for you at 4th and 3rd, wouldn't you say, are you the one who called us? Because cops are called by a person. A person has to call the cops.
Insulting me, threatening me. So, I had to call my husband. Yes, ma'am. Do you wish to tell me what happened here today so I can have a better understanding?
Yeah, I mean, my wife called me. This is where my involvement started. My wife called me.
That's your wife?
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, this is the guy who, I'm pretty sure this is the guy who actually pulled the gun on the guy who was in cuffs over an argument about them apparently using this communal pool. This is a pool that it belongs to the entire complex. I don't know if it's an apartment complex or just like a complex of homes, but there's this, sometimes you have, a communal pool that, like, if you're a member of, this community, if you live in one of these houses, you get to use the pool. And apparently she was being bitchy and not wanting him to use the pool that he has every right to use as a member of this community. And when he wasn't obeying her entitled whim, she had her husband come over and threaten him with a gun. He then called the cops because, that's what I did the same thing when someone pulled a gun on me a couple of years ago. I called the cops. That's kind of what you do when someone pulls a gun on you, especially if you don't have a gun yourself. And when the cops came, they arrested him.
In the apartment 2 feet away, and she called me and said that there was a guy harassing her at the pool.
Okay. Was it that guy over there?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I just ran over here. And as soon as I got here, he got out of the pool and started screaming.
At you?
At me and my wife.
Okay. What was he saying?
He was saying something like, your wife is f***ing crazy. She's f***ing crazy. She's making me move. I'm not going to move. And that's kind of how it started. It was just like, basically hurling insults at my wife. But then he got out of the pool and he started like swinging his arms up and down, like a gorilla or something. Just like, he's obviously a lot bigger than me. And I didn't, want to get involved. I was trying to pull my wife away, and she just got closer.
You got closer?
No. He got out of the pool and started walking in our direction. I was like, he came out of the pool at that corner.
Mm-hmm.
I was at this corner.
Okay.
He got out and came a little bit closer, then my wife went up to him. I tried to get in between them and push my wife back.
Was she?
While I do agree with your statement about, like, do we need cops? I I think we need them, but I also agree that your safety should be in your hands. But, I don't think we can just get rid of them and say, okay, everyone fend for yourself, because you have other organizations that would band together and use force. And, there are definitely things there are definitely things we need police for. But I think they need to be responsible for when they misact. And, again, it would be great if we could just fend for ourselves and not have cops. But unfortunately, the void that would be left by the absence of a police force would probably, unfortunately, wind up being filled with something akin to some form of organized crime, be it a street gang, the mob, the Yakuzas. Pretty much anyone who has like a bunch of people with guns that can answer to a person or group of people would immediately just fill that power vacuum. But it would be nice if we could live in a society where there was less police involvement. But I also don't think we need to start pulling guns on one another over small arguments. Because that's how we just devolve into a society where we wind up becoming a fucking... Yes, cop, I 100% agree with that statement. Cops are out there to keep the peace, but they freak out way too much. And I understand, it's a stressful job. I 100% understand that. But they do freak out too much. And when you freak out in that way and you have that much power, it can negatively affect people, like it did here. The guy who called the cops because a gun was pulled on him got a cop to pull his gun. This guy had 2 guns pulled on him in one day, and then he was arrested. Like, I've had some pretty shitty days, but I've never had 2 separate people pull guns on me and been arrested in the same day. I've had a guy pull a gun on me and I've been arrested, but at least those were 2 separate bad days. This is like a really just shitty day.
Anything to him about that?
I don't remember. I don't probably, but I don't remember.
Okay.
And yeah, that's.
At what point did the gun become involved?
I'm not really sure. It was after that.
Well, how did he know that you were armed?
I'm not sure.
You told that other officer
They're having an
to put your
argument.
hands up like this so that
My wife
the
said
gun
that.
is straight.
I'm not completely sure, to be honest with you. I know it didn't come out of the holster or anything like that.
No, I didn't say it came out, but how was he able to know that you were armed? Because he called us and said that you were armed. So how did he know that?
I don't know. I mean, if I lift my
And then who advanced on
shirt
who?
up, you could see it.
Okay.
But
And then who brandished the gun?
Did you want him to see that you were armed? Did you tell him you were armed?
I don't think so. No.
On May 12th, 3 days later, Benedetto Salvia was charged with improper exhibition of a dangerous weapon. He eventually entered a pretrial diversion program, completed anger management and gun safety classes. The charge was then dismissed. And Officer Guerrero? On August 25th, 2023, Chief Clint Shannon announced that Officer Bethany Guerrero had been terminated. 19 years on the force, making over $100,000 a year. The Internal Affairs investigation found she had violated multiple department policies in her conduct toward Ryan Gold. Which leads to a critical question of what happened here.
Again, you can barely say, oh, maybe he had a gun on him. Dude was in swim trunks and Crocs. He was as close to being legally close to being naked in public as you can get without catching a fucking indecent exposure charge. Like, he could not legally be wearing any more clothes without actually committing a crime.
Is what happened with Ryan Gold legal? Well, first, when Gold reached into his pocket for his phone, Guerrero later admitted she believed he was reaching for a weapon. Under Hine versus North Carolina, a reasonable mistake of fact by a police officer can still justify a stop or an encounter. But reasonable is the key word. And this security camera helped us define that this was really not very reasonable. But what about the force Officer Guerrero chose to use against Ryan Gold? In order for Officer Guerrero to use the force that she used and to justify what she did here, she's got to, under U.S. versus Acosta, be able to show an objective, reasonable belief that he was dangerous, potentially dangerous to her and the other officers. But you just looked at the footage. Did that look objectively reasonable to you? I mean, it doesn't seem to me that it was anything like how she described it. And he did not seem to pose a real threat to her or any of the other officers. And then there's what happened to the other officers on scene. They watched Guerrero draw her weapon and arrest a man who called 911 for help. Not a single one of them stopped it. Not one of them was disciplined for it either. Which brings us to the ultimate questions. Was the actions of Ryan Gold and Officer Guerrero lawful or awful? Let's start with Officer Bethany Guerrero. She pointed her firearm at an unarmed man who was backing away. She arrested the person who called 911, turned off her body cam for the remainder of the encounter, and gave an account that
I honestly think anytime an officer turns off their body cam, if they're not taking a piss or a shit or beating off on the job in the bathroom stall, they should be charged with destroying evidence.
surveillance footage clearly contradicted. 19 years on the job, and she was fired. It was awful. What about Ryan Gold? He called 911 when threatened. He waited where he was told. He challenged every unlawful action on camera. He demanded accountability from the moment the cuffs went on. And then he was released before he was even processed. And the footage did what he couldn't. It told the truth. So for Ryan Gold, lawful. But if there's one thing he could have done different, is he's got to be aware. Anytime you grab or put your hands in your pockets or reach for anything, get ready for cops to use it as a pretext to draw down on you, claiming their officer's safety is at risk. And what about the supervisor who was quick to actually review the surveillance video footage? I've got to tell you, I was proud of his actions. He took the time to immediately look and see, did Officer Guerrero tell the truth? Did it really go down that way? And the moment he realized it didn't go down that way, he turned around, called the jail, had him released. I'll say right out of the gate, this officer acted lawful. Speaking of awful, imagine having a cop plant something on your front porch, you don't even see it, and the next thing you know, you're being pulled over and completely treated like a criminal. Check out this next video where you find a corrupt cop who gets fired, arrested, and sued after this traffic stop. See you over there.
I love seeing people get accountability. All right, I actually want to see this one next.
What's that? The
I've had MREs before. I don't remember exactly where my mom got a hold of MREs, but one day she showed me them and she was like, "Yeah, so and so gave them to me. They're food apparently," and like she didn't have the patience to read the directions, but I was like, all right, let me check this shit out. And I read the directions and I ate one. I ate one and I was like, oh, actually this is not half bad. And I think I wound up eating all of them, but I enjoyed them. They weren't too bad. But I mean, then again, my tastes aren't very refined. I enjoy pretty much almost anything. But let's check out MRE Opinions. Campfire Stories by Mike Burnfire. Let's dive on in.
what's that? The vegetarian omelet?
Yeah, veggie omelet is like the worst MRE.
I can only imagine the flatulence that would come from such a dish, especially considering it is going to be like hyper processed. Oh my god. You might actually need to use your gas mask for this one.
I'm pretty sure they've removed that from the rotation.
I think they did, actually. I think they took it out.
Gee, I wonder why. And yeah, I have heard, I would love to taste the actual real military MRE. I'd probably like it still because, again, I don't mind slop.
I think they added a pizza on MRE as well.
I heard about that. It cannot be good. It can't be.
Well, you gotta consider the fact that the hamburger MRE is one compressed piece of meat with grill marks painted on it.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Sandwiched in between two wheat snack bread, which is just
Oh, yeah. I think we've discussed this before.
Is that like bread crackers where it's like it's kind of bread, but it's hard enough to be considered a cracker?
Wheat snack bread is literally the definition of hardtack.
it's like a little bit softer than hardtack.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a hamburger according to military standards.
Yeah, it's real bad.
What was your favorite MRE back in the day?
I think my favorite one was the ravioli.
Like probably like the Chef Boyardee raviolis. Those are pretty good.
Wasn't too bad if I remember correctly.
Yeah, like the cheese ravioli was really
Oh, cheese ravioli is good, but being lactose intolerant. Oh, that would be so bad.
good, and so was
Especially considering back when I was younger and I was still considering a career in the military before my mom shot down pretty much any idea I had of that was I wanted to serve aboard a submarine.
the beef ravioli.
I honestly didn't mind the chicken breast.
That one isn't bad either. Yeah, the chicken breast wasn't bad.
And honestly, I was able to stomach the hamburger MRE. It was not one of the worst ones.
Yeah, I mean, if you just kind of like chopped up the hamburger into little. Actually, what I usually did with the hamburger MRE was I took the wheat snack bread and I would break it into little crumbs, and I would take the hamburger and break it into little pieces and just kind of mush it all up together, and then steal the gravy from somebody else's and put the gravy in there with it. So I would just kind of have like hamburger and gravy.
I honestly did not mind the wheat snack bread. That
I mean, by breaking it up, you're basically just making less work for your teeth.
was not too terrible.
I thought the wheat snack bread was just the worst.
Did you?
I hated it.
When people were eating the MRE, we had a big old box, and everything you didn't want from your MRE, you just threw in the box, and people could just take from the box. And people were always throwing in their wheat snack bread, and I was always taking it out and eating it.
You know, that's actually a pretty good system. This way, like, because, again, and, you know, like, I can remember back to being a kid. When it would be lunchtime, again, I didn't like milk. So I could always realistically trade my chocolate milk for something. And if we ever had those little, they were like about the size of a couple of postage stamps, pieces of cheese. I would always trade my milk for a couple of cheeses or whatever. And I remember one time, I forgot how, but me and my friend went to lunch, and he gave me all of his cheese, and I traded for cheeses, and I got extra cheeses when he called up for seconds. And I remember going to my next class with just like a backpack full of little mini cheddars, and I ate all of them. Every single one. Oh my God, my stomach was killing me that night. Oh yeah, so it has to be intentionally bland. Well, you know, as I'm getting older, I like my food a little less, a little more bland. I have liked more blander foods lately.
I mean, I guess that's definitely an option.
What was your favorite component of the MREs?
Peanut butter.
Peanut butter was not bad.
No, it wasn't. Honestly, for like crappy government peanut butter, it was not bad.
I didn't mind the chocolate. Oh, I didn't like the chocolate peanut butter, but the regular peanut butter was really tasty.
One of the things I really liked to do was I would take the peanut butter with chocolate peanut butter.
You never got the chocolate peanut butter?
No, I never got chocolate peanut butter. What the hell are you talking about?
There's chocolate peanut butter in
Oh my
MREs.
God, I didn't know that. One of the things that I always like to do is I took the peanut butter and I would find the peanuts that somebody didn't want.
Wait, the peanuts?
Yeah, like a pack of peanuts. And I would
Make
just
chunky peanut
squirt
butter.
the peanut butter into the pack of peanuts and make crunchy peanut butter.
You talking about peanuts in an MRE?
Yeah.
I think you and I ate MREs from different years because I never found a peanut package.
Yeah, did you ever get were there the Charms candy in your MREs?
Yeah.
Oh man, the Charms are cursed. Don't eat those.
I have apparently heard that the Charms candies were cursed. That's why they had to be discontinued.
Unlucky Charms.
Don't eat those charms. Never eat them. If you're in the military, do not, and you get an MRE and there's charms in it, don't eat them, because it will rain.
They've taken them out.
Oh, they took them
They
out?
took out the charms because people keep propagating that negative propaganda, Zach.
So what? Leave them in there. I was always disappointed when I got charms, because that meant that I didn't get something good. Like,
Yeah. Like chocolate disc cookies.
those were pretty good.
Yes.
I love the pound cake.
Oh, the lemon pound cake was
The lemon
best.
pound cake was great. The spiced pound cake was great.
Not bad, yeah. Carrot pound cake was not.
It was
as good.
okay.
It was okay, but there was carrots in it, which sucked.
Oh, I like carrots.
I like carrots too, but not in my
Not in
cake.
cake. Yeah, I love carrots. I think it was last Friday. When I went to the supermarket, I got I was in the mood for a salad, so I made a big salad. And got like carrots, mini cucumbers, celery, and cherry tomatoes. Oh, that's a shame because I'm actually the other way. I don't like peanut. Well, I can eat peanut butter, but I don't like it. But I love almonds, peanuts, cashews. Mostly almonds and peanuts. Those are my two favorites. But yes, I like carrots, but not in cake. Carrots don't go in cake. No. Hey, everyone's got kind of a weird stomach in different ways. And when you combine that with everyone else's weird taste buds, different people wind up enjoying different things.
They just made it gummy. Hey, speaking of MREs,
Ooh, it's a Canadian MRE, which are very good. I
So I'm guessing that one always comes in maple syrup.
had one.
what did you have in the Canadian MRE?
Like some kind of beef stew.
Ooh, the beef stew MRE is not bad.
It's not terrible.
Have you ever?
Beef stew, I don't think I've ever had a bad beef stew. Like I've had some beef stew that was really, really good, like my mom's beef stew and some restaurants' beef stews. But even like shitty canned beef stew ain't that terrible. It's not bad. It's beef stew. What do you want? It's good.
Have the jalapeno cheese?
Oh, I hate that. It's so bad.
Did not care. You do not like the taste or the spiciness of it?
I don't like either.
Did
It
you like-
tastes like boiled shoe leather with some fake milk put into it.
Did you like the regular cheese?
No, I didn't like either of them.
The regular cheese wasn't that bad.
Both gross. Did you ever, were you ever able to get the crackers out of the package without breaking them?
No.
Nobody's able to do that. There is not a single person that can actually successfully do that.
The crackers are just air sealed inside this very thick packaging. You try and open it up, and it's all
Yeah,
crumbly.
imagine somebody somehow figured out how to take like 3 Pringles crackers, compress them together without breaking them, and then put them into a package. And now you have to try and open the package without breaking those Pringles.
So you didn't like the taste of the jalapeno cheese?
No.
What about the jalapeno ketchup?
No.
No.
I don't like anything with jalapenos in it.
No, me neither.
Me neither. I'm not a fan of spicy stuff. I never was, and as I've gotten older, I've liked it even less. I like stuff that's just plain. Honestly, most days I can't go wrong with just like plain white rice and grilled chicken. I'm not really trying to eat crazy shit anymore. I'm trying to eat something where my stomach won't fucking hate me in the morning tomorrow because I gotta go to work.
So the jalapeno cheese, you've never
And I really don't like using the bathroom at work. Like, pissing, that's fine. But taking a crap in there, never a good time.
consumed that.
Obviously, I've tried it, but I hated it.
So you have the option, you just didn't eat it?
Yeah,
Gave
I just
gave
wouldn't
away.
eat it. I would, well, because other people love jalapeno cheese, so I would always trade it for peanut butter.
So going back to my Crucible story, do you know what the Crucible is?
Yes, it's your
The final test at the end of Marine Corps boot camp. I forgot how many days. It's like 3 days in the field with limited rations, limited sleep. Obviously, you got your drill instructors barking at you. and you're damn near exhausted, it's one of the things that makes Marine Corps boot camp the most difficult boot camp.
Yes.
Is that like the Army's Crucible?
Field training exercise. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. It's it's not the same thing. Cue a bunch of Marines start screaming at me.
They're very sensitive about that. Yes.
Yeah, about how brutal the Crucible is.
Yeah. When I went through the
Oh, it is. Oh, it is. It is fucking brutal. I've seen what like I've done my like watching documentaries about Marine Corps boot camp, and anytime they do anything about the Crucible, they are all it is as close as they can, because obviously boot camp is supposed to be a controlled environment. They don't want they don't want people dying in basic training. That's not good for on any metric. But they also want to simulate what it's going to be like when you actually have to go out into combat and be in the shit. And the Crucible is pretty fucking damn close from what I've seen. And it is from everything I've seen, it looks like an absolutely brutal experience. And it's the reason that you earn the title Marine, is because you have to go through that Crucible. And it's not a fun time. It's a very, very rough experience.
Crucible, we had 3 MREs to last the entire week, and that's okay.
Yeah, see, there we go. Three meals for an entire week. That is not a good time. Just that on alone is not a good time. 3 meals, not 3 days worth of food. 3 meals for a week. That is brutal.
An MRE has, 3,000 calories in a single...
Yeah, it's a lot, yeah.
So you can make it last. And we were instructed to make it last by eating little bits here and little bits there. Don't eat the entire thing as a meal or anything.
Yeah, just eat them like little bits at a time.
So that's what I was going to do. I was going to eat components of my MRE as I was walking around, because while we're doing the Crucible, we're doing a lot of hiking.
Yeah.
It's all you do during the Crucible.
It's just all ruck marching.
Yeah, exactly. And I was walking around and I thought, I'll have this jalapeno ketchup packet.
Oh, God.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And that'll sustain me for an hour or two. And I ate it, and I immediately regretted it because it was just burning my tongue. And I ate an entire chicken breast MRE to try and get the taste out of my mouth.
Oh, Lord.
It was so foul. Oh, Lord. It sucked.
Condiments don't make a good meal, especially not when they're jalapeno flavored.
Oh, God. Yes.
I like guns.
Alright, well, actually, alright. We'll do this one next. And yeah, I saw that. That shit's awesome. What you sent me on Twitter. Okay. This is nope. Okay, this is Zach's Gun Rants, Part 9. Let's dive on in.
I like guns.
So do I. Always have too. Even when I was a little kid, I liked guns. I just always thought guns were cool. I still think guns are cool. You know, if it didn't cost an arm and a fucking leg, I'd probably have a gun now, because in order to get a gun in New York City, you have to get a gun license. And that gun license alone is like half or 2/3 of my paycheck, which I don't make enough to to afford to sacrifice 2/3 of a week's pay just for a license yet. I'm saving up for it, but it won't be for a while.
Now we're talking. Pistols are where it's at, specifically revolvers.
As of
Based, revolvers are cool as hell. I don't know if it's just the mechanical workings, the fact that you could spin the cylinder like a fidget spinner, but I've always thought revolvers are cool. Hell, I remember as a kid simulating playing Russian roulette with a cap gun by firing all but one of the rounds and then like opening the cap gun and spinning the chamber hard, quick closing it. I was a fucked up little kid fucking simulating playing Russian roulette at like fucking 11 years old. What a nutcase I was. Still am.
Gotten older, I've started to enjoy more revolvers, which is weird. It's concerning. It's concerning that I never really cared about revolvers, but like I'm getting older and now I'm like, yeah, revolvers are kind of cool actually.
So what do we work?
It's a lot easier to chamber a revolver in a bigger cartridge than a semi-automatic, it seems. Because I don't see that many semis in really, really, really big calibers. Like I don't know if they're, well, Jesus Christ. If you try to make like a semi-automatic that shot the 500 Magnum, I'm just thinking about how like big the grip would be just to hold that magazine. You would need like Hulk hands to be able to fucking wield this thing. It would probably weigh about 2 metric fucking tons. So, you know, I think revolvers have the edge in when it comes to like really, really big caliber handguns. Most of them tend to be revolvers, like the aforementioned Smith & Wesson 500, which is always been a personal favorite because, I mean, when you're talking about go big or go home, you don't get much bigger than the Smith & Wesson 500. That's pretty goddamn big. That thing will kill a rhino driving a truck and the truck it's driving.
What today?
Got anything cool today? We got anything cool? I'm going to limit myself to
14.
Wait. A 12.7 millimeter submachine, a 50 caliber submachine gun? That sounds cool as hell.
One gun today.
Oh, that's good. That's
one gun.
That's self-control right there.
I'm gonna limit myself to one gun. I'm gonna look through what we got. There's a MP7. There's a Lewis gun. I already have the anti-armor rifle. Anti-personnel rifle. That might be kind of neat. Auto revolver. Oh, is it a Mateba? Oh, I might need to get a Mateba again. I miss my Mateba.
Possibly, yep. Bullpup assault carbine.
Yeah, I might need the.
You know, as I've gotten older, I've warmed up more to the concept of a bullpup. Again, you get to keep the full length barrel of a rifle, but in something that's more submachine gun sized. And again, as someone who now travels by car a lot, I can see how that can be advantageous. The 50AE, I think the 50AE is a slightly smaller cartridge than the 50 Smith & Wesson, the 500 Magnum, but it's still a damn big fucking round. And the Desert Eagle is another dream gun I want. In fact, they recently made a New York legal version because the Desert Eagle, like regular one, was too heavy unloaded to be sold in New York. So they made one where they just did like a buttload of weight reduction on it. And now New Yorkers can have a Smith, a 500A, a 50 AE Smith and, why am I fucking getting jumbled? A 50 AE Desert Eagle in New York.
All right. Assault shotgun, huh? Man, I should not have restricted myself to one gun because there are several here. There's an LSW and an L85? Come on, and a WA2000? Why did I restrict myself to one gun? That was stupid. That was dumb. I shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have done that.
And you haven't even got to the C's yet.
Oh, boy. Enhanced battle rifle. Oh, my God. It's an M14. This is going to be a piece of shit. I'm restricting myself to one gun, but there's no limit on guns I can buy for you.
You're not buying anything for me. That's not
I'm buying you a gun.
It's not even a loophole.
I'm going to buy you a gun and me a gun. Oh, it's an M16A2.
Yep. Almost exactly what I'm familiar with.
Cut it out, will you?
You. Shoosh. Damn, I kind of want to keep the M16A2. I fucking love the M16A2.
It's great.
M16A2 is so cool.
So solid.
I don't like how the sights are installed on this.
No, not a fan.
No, I don't like how they're on there.
That height over bore is crazy. Bro, that height over bore is something else.
So high up, you mean?
Yeah, I don't...
That height over... My God. This shit's like a whole fucking story up, bro. What the hell?
That it's a...
I'm gonna have to do trigonometry just to fucking actually hit the target.
That someone put Troy... Someone put Troy sights on, but you know what? I love the AUG so much, I'm going to use it in this configuration.
Oh, wow.
If I could put a red dot sight on it, I would. Maybe I can buy a red dot sight for... Ooh, I'm gonna try. Anyway, here.
I doubt it.
Look, Mike, you got an M16A2 again!
Oh, I'm so happy to have this
Yay!
again. So familiar with this weapon. Yeah, you said you were only gonna get one gun.
From back there, I was only gonna get one gun, but now I can get a gun from him, like this police submachine gun in 10mm. I can buy that. That's totally okay. That is an MP5. It says it's in 10mm, but I don't know if that's accurate. Yeah, this would be a very early MP5 that is using Colt SMG mags? What the fuck? Backwards pointed Colt SMG mags. This magazine is pointed backwards. I know because that ridge going down the center of it would normally be on the front of the magazine. It's an MP5 that's taking a Colt SMG mag for some reason. Doesn't have a tri-lug on it, but still has a threaded muzzle with a muzzle protector. Oh, that's goofy.
Hello.
Hi. Nice machine gun. I don't know where you got a PKM, but I'm here for it. I also have a PKM. Would you like to go be PKM friends in a room somewhere privately away from everyone else?
Would you like to touch our PKMs together?
Would you like to touch PKMs? Hi.
We won't go quietly. The Legion can count on that.
I'm gonna look at your gun. Let me look at your...
Ooh.
What in the actual hell is that thing? Why is it a Sten gun, 50 caliber anti-material with a grenade launcher rear sight, side-mounted maggot? I want that! Give
Monster
me!
of the East, huh? Well, I got the Monster of the West in my holster right now.
Give it!
It's military issue. I don't think he's allowed to do that.
No, it's fine, it's fine. I never got yelled at for trying to trade my M4 for other military's firearms. Listen, 171, let me see that. What in the hell is this? Okay, so this literally is... This quite literally is a Sten gun, but big. The extractor is identical, the magazine is identical, but big.
It's a very long Sten gun, eh?
It's a really, really big Sten gun.
Okay.
Capital STEN.
Ka-ching.
Okay, in theory, a semi-automatic Sten gun in 50 BMG would work, in theory.
Right.
But because it is blowback operated on the Sten gun, and the only thing holding it in battery is the weight of the bolt and the recoil spring, I don't know how many Newton meters of weight you would need to hold a 50 BMG shut until it has exited the barrel, but it's going to be, I think, it's going to be a lot more than one person is capable of pulling the charging handle back on. Like, it's going to be probably like a couple 100 pounds of weight.
I believe in you. You can do it. You seem strong.
I mean, that's a 50. All right, let's reload it. I manipulate that a little bit too fast for my own comfort. What? This is so weird.
If you don't like that, you shouldn't have taken all the rapid reload perks.
It's so good. I'm imagining the massive weight of this spring, right? And then someone goes to disassemble it, the way you disassemble the Sten gun is you push in on that little circle down there. You push in on that, and then you slide what would be the stock off, and then everything comes out the back of this gun. I'm imagining the first time you do that, this is just going to launch out with like 100 pounds of force and just go into the wall behind him.
You think it's going to kick when you...
It's going to be like the scene in Dragon Ball Z where he shoots the energy ball at Frieza, and it like zips past Frieza's head, and Frieza's just like, ha ha ha, but it explodes behind him, and then his eyes are just like, what the fuck? It's going to be like that. That is going to be like what happens if you release the mainspring on this gun.
All right.
What the fuck is this?
Oh, it's gonna be a lot of fun to use in
Oh,
combat.
this is so weird.
I
I hate it and I love it. Oh, this is so... Okay, so normally that spring would be enough on a Sten gun. On this, that is optimistic.
It's too big.
That's a bed spring. That is not gonna have enough force to hold that bolt closed. Granted, that bolt is seriously like 2.5 feet long.
Yeah.
The thing about this gun is it wouldn't actually work, but like it looks good enough to fool 99% of people.
Would have fooled me.
I would hope that if you're gonna make this thing, that you would have some type of other locking mechanism to hold the bolt shut while it's like firing. But there's no gas tube or anything, so I hope it's like short recoil operated. That would make sense, actually. If it was like short or long recoil operated, then it would make sense as to how this would function. Because then like the recoil spring doesn't have to be that strong. But if this is just a blowback operated 50 BMG, then oh, you're gonna have a bad time. Also, and this is a little nitpicky thing, that little adjustment screw for the cheek riser, that should absolutely be on the other side, because you are going to rip your cheek open the moment you fire this gun.
Yeah?
That's right where your cheek is going to go.
I guess, yeah.
So yeah, you want that adjustment screw over there.
Maybe it's a
and not
left-handed gun.
over here.
Maybe it's a left-handed gun. All right, so there's a soldier around here named Walker.
Oh! Wood-stocked FAMAS?
Is it me, or has the Brotherhood stopped engaging us?
Lady, hang on.
Wooden stock FAMAS.
That's cursed.
What? Why is it cursed?
I think it looks
That
kind of
is
cool.
cursed.
It's just a FAMAS that...
I love it, but that's oh, and it's got the Troy side. Okay, can I? She's just all about FN firearms.
Sure.
We haven't even started this stupid quest, and I'm like already freaking out about a couple guns.
Yeah, you saw a couple firearms. All right, bullpup assault rifle. There you
Ew! It's got the. Wait, what?
You know,
what are the sights? Place your bets now as to which sights am I going to aim through. Is it going to be the ones on the top, or is it going to be the ones down here that are the actual sights for it? Which ones will it be? It was the ones on the top.
Okay, that makes sense.
For anyone that said it was the ones that were on the bottom, you owe me, I don't know, open this video in like 6 tabs and watch them all at the same time. Turn off your ad block too.
But watch it on 360p.
These are arms sights, but not fully completed arms sights. They're missing a couple things. This is so... It's weird that it's wood on the FAMAS.
Yeah, I haven't seen that before, but I don't think it's super strange.
It just means that it would be a lot thicker than normal, and it would be a lot heavier, and there's no reason to make it out of wood.
Well, we are in the post-apocalypse. Supply lines might get disrupted. This might be the best we can do.
If it's like the post-apocalypse, then I guess, but then also, like, how did you get a FAMAS, you know?
Gun owners can't make everything.
It's so goofy that it's made out of wood.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
I like it, though. It looks nice. Nice weathered texture on the stock.
Like a wood-stocked AR is a vibe, but like a wood-stocked bullpup is, unless it's the EM2, is kind of like...
Different strokes for different folks. All right, any more slavers around here?
Ooh, an L85. Didn't even need to buy one. Got one for free. Bullpup Marine Rifle. Yep, it's an L85 with wood instead of polymer like it would normally be. This is based off of the British L85 series of rifles. They're widely regarded as not good. It took all the way until like the A3 version of the gun before they were functioning properly. To give you an idea of how bad the L85 was, the British public, who generally does not really care about firearms or know much about them in general, the British public was aware how bad this gun was.
Wow.
The entire British media at large was like, yeah, this gun is a piece of shit. Why the fuck are our soldiers using a gun that is so fucking terrible? It took a long time before they actually got them to function properly. It is a gun that was designed... This gun is what happens when an engineer designs a gun who has no firearms experience. For example, the receivers were incredibly thin, and you could force the gun to completely jam by pinching the receiver behind where the magazine is positioned.
Wow.
Yeah, they weren't good.
But they're better now.
They're better now, yeah. They're quite heavy. When I was in Iraq and I was coming home, there was a British soldier that was there that he had his L85. I think it would have been the A2. Maybe it was the A3. I can't remember which one it was. He had an L85, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. Can I see that? And he was like, yeah, as long as I can look at the M4 that you have. So I handed him my M4. He handed me his L85. My first thought was, fuck, this thing is heavy. It was way heavier than I expected it to be. Interestingly, on the L85, this part on the front that looks like it's got the little hinge on it, that actually hinges open, and that's how you adjust the gas system, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I got to like handle it, and when I looked over, there were like 5 British soldiers that had appeared out of nowhere that were all crowding around my M4, all trying to be like, no, I want to handle it next. No, I want to handle it next.
I want to handle this weapon that's notoriously bad.
No, they wanted to handle my M4.
Oh.
I was the one handling the L85, and I was the only person that was like, oh, this is cool. Like, you know, it is what it is, I guess.
The magazine is also the foregrip.
You're not supposed to do that. Oh, it's got a bayonet. Oh, no, it's a bipod.
Oh, yeah, okay. In third person, you're holding it normally, but in first person, you grab it onto the magazine.
Yeah. It's got a tangent rear sight. That's interesting because it's got the sling loop from a Finnish Sten.
I figured it was some kind of Sten gun because of the horizontal.
Yeah, and the sling loop right there really the triangle or the pentagonal 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's a trapezoid.
Well, of course.
Thank you.
America
the
makes a better
trapezoidal
gun.
shaped sling loop is definitely copied from a Finnish Sten gun, but it's got a bipod on the front of it, which I know there are some 9mm submachine guns with bipods on them. I know it's not like an uncommon thing. It's just not super common. The bolt is rendered all the way forwards, which...
It means it's not safety.
If it's a Sten gun, would not be in that position because then that means that it's not ready to fire. But it has like the exact same Sten gun magazine. Look how intently Buddy Chicken is listening to me. It has like the same magazine as a Sten gun. It's got the same like magazine architecture, or like the magazine feed well architecture.
It's got the spring in the weapon, you can see.
The rear sight is definitely not the same thing though. Front sight is kind of like off of a PPS H41. The barrel jacket is weird because then it's got cooling holes, but then it also has other holes so it's like there's a second cooling jacket underneath it.
They're not cooling holes, they're speed holes.
They're not speed holes, Mike. They're not speed holes. And then it has a wood stock. Yeah, it's... Oh. That's funny. If you do that when you are in free camera, it pops the Pip-Boy in your hand.
That's silly. Yeah, I think it's a properly rendered rifle. Looks nice, looks fun.
It would be a submachine gun, Mike. It would be a submachine gun, not a rifle.
My mistake. Apologies.
Oh, interesting. You can actually see the rounds in the magazine.
Oh, yeah, nice.
The weird wood-stocked MP5.
Not a fan of it?
It's just strange when MP5s have wood stocks.
It's quirky and fun.
It's just strange.
A stock is a stock.
It's weird when it's the Tropic forend, but it's wood.
Yeah?
This MP5's weird looking. And this one is marked SEF.
Safe, Ingle, and Fire?
No, it's safe. The E is like Eins. Oh God, what is it?
Oh, it's German.
Yeah, it's German.
Oh,
so
okay.
it's safe.
Ein means one, so
single fire, and then F is like full fire. Basically.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Wait, I thought MP5 was an American firearm.
No, it's German. Yeah, they're German.
Huh.
Yeah, the MP5 is a German gun. Okay,
with an American naming convention?
No, you know what MP stands for?
Machine
Machine and Pistola.
I did not know that. I thought all the MP guns were American guns.
I'm sure I'm absolutely butchering the German pronunciation of Machine and Pistol, or however it is.
I was butchering the origin, so.
So normally the MP5 has what's called a tri-lug adapter, where it's basically got 3 protuberances sticking out of it that are at the 12 o'clock position, the
5 and 7.
5 o'clock, and then the 7 o'clock position, and it's for specific suppressors. This one apparently has a threaded muzzle because it looks like it's got a muzzle thread protector on it. And then the charging handle is also made out of wood, and it's very, it's very weirdly shaped.
This is gonna be fun to grab.
Yeah, it's interesting that they made this
with the wood
the way that they made this. Also, I think
Tommy gun is another absolutely awesome gun.
Oh, game crash.
Game crash.
Sure.
The lugs on the receiver, so that one right there and that one right there, those are too far back. They should be further forward.
If they ever fully dismantle the NFA, one thing I would love to have is a suppressed Tommy gun firing subsonic 45 ACP.
That's how you put the
with a 100-round drum magazine.
The claw mount onto it to attach optics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm not saying that this is.
Hey, look, I'm not trying to lose my fucking hearing like Bruce Willis did in that movie. I like being able to hear things.
A bad model. They did a very good job on it. I'm just like I'm being
pedantic.
I'm being pedantic and nitpicking it.
Yeah.
Is this?
I guess.
I'm pretty sure this gun is using the exact same magazine as the MP5 is.
Oh, yes.
I think it's
the same magazine.
Oh, it isn't a Colt SMG mag. It's using a
Sten magazine?
I think it's using a Sten gun magazine. Okay, I was slightly confused. The floor plates on the...
Alright, now you gotta go bust open your Pip-Boy and check it out.
Yeah, I gotta look something up really quick.
Oh, I was wrong. It's an MP5 magazine. That makes sense. It's an MP5.
Yeah, so this gun for some reason is using a Sten gun magazine. Because it's a single feed mag.
Alright.
And the Sten gun is a single feed magazine.
Huh.
That's interesting. So yeah, when I do the reload, you can see that there's only one bullet sticking out of the top of the magazine.
Yeah.
That's because the Sten gun magazine is a single feed. 22 rifle, which is a Ruger 1022.
All right.
That's honestly another gun I've just liked because it's fairly kind of common and expensive, and I'm not sure, but I think 22 LR is the cheapest ammunition you can get, like per round. I think per round it's the least expensive of all the rounds, or at least the ones that are most commonly used.
It's basically like, when I get people ask me, like, what's a good 22 rifle to get to Ruger 1022?
Ruger 1022.
Man, I love my guns.
I mean, you and me both, buddy. The Ruger 1022 is just, like, incredibly prolific. It's incredibly common. There's tons of parts for them. It's just a simple 22 caliber rifle.
Hey, shoot into those tires for safety reasons.
Okay, yeah.
There you go.
This is the test range.
Yeah, they can't complain now. Just like in the military, just shoot to the tires.
Let's see, what else do we got? Oh yeah, we found the survival pistol, which I wanted to see what it was. Oh, it's a high standard! Oh, it's a high standard pistol.
I don't know what that is.
It's just a 22 pistol. It's a 22 pistol, but I think the... Oh, wait. No, it isn't a high standard. It's a Colt Woodsman.
With an invisible magazine.
Why did I say high standard? They are kind of similar. It's a Colt Woodsman. I'm curious as to why they call it a survival pistol.
Because if you use it in a life or death situation, you'll survive.
I don't know enough about whether this was issued to, like, air crews or something in World War II. That would be my main guess, is, like, pilots would get it as, like, an air crew survival pistol.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like, it's a blowback operated 22 long rifle pistol.
Okay.
Unfortunately, a lot of 22 pistols kind of look the same.
It's not like you need a lot of mechanisms behind it. It's a small bullet. Put the bullet in a slingshot, basically.
Yeah, so there is a Colt Woodsman, and then there is the high standard. And there are military versions of the high standard, but again, it's a 22, so a lot of them were designed as like they're training pistols or target pistols. They're not meant as like a military service firearm.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the U.S. military used to do a lot of training with like 22 long rifle stuff because it's a really good way to teach people who, may have never actually fired a gun before how to fire a gun. Is you get them this thing that shoots a little tiny 22 caliber bullet. So
Ease them into it, yeah.
Yeah, you're easing them into it.
If the concept of a gun scares you, here's the smallest, weakest gun we have.
Yeah, like case in point, it wasn't until the 1960s that a lot of companies even started putting serial numbers on 22 caliber firearms because it was basically considered a toy.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
It was like it was basically the next step up from a pellet gun was a 22 caliber gun.
Yeah.
There are literally instances of some bars having guns in 22 short that you would go to the bar and drink and shoot at stuff indoors with a 22 short.
Yeah, because it's not loud.
It's not that loud. Like 22 short is really not that loud. Anyway.
The coach gun.
Oh yeah, the coach gun. Oh, that's weird. The image is like a mare's leg style lever action, but the actual gun is what I thought it would be.
Okay.
It's a side-by-side 12 gauge.
All right, so it just the weird icon.
Yeah, so it's like a sawed-off side-by-side 12 gauge.
Oh, all right.
I like that. Simple.
It looks way bigger than a 12 gauge would though. That looks like a 10 gauge.
Nice.
It's a 2 gauge for 2 barrels.
No, but like a 2 gauge would be absolutely massive.
Oh yeah.
I feel like a 2 gauge would just be like a fucking 40 millimeter.
That would be awesome.
I've said
just shoot all the pellets at you.
This before. Gauge is how many spheres made of lead the diameter of the barrel equal 1 pound. So a 12 gauge is 12 spheres the diameter of the barrel made out of lead equals 1 pound.
Oh, all right.
So a 4 gauge shotgun is 4 spheres made of lead equal 1 pound.
Okay.
So if you have a 1 gauge shotgun,
that's like a cannonball.
That is just a 1 pound sphere of lead. That is how big a 1 gauge shotgun
I didn't know that. I'm learning
That would be awesome.
today.
I thought I had said that before.
I don't remember.
Gauge is weird.
Yeah.
Gauge is really weird. Except now that applies to all shotguns in the United States except for 410.
410.
Because 410 is not actually gauge. It's referred to as 410 gauge because it's a shotgun, and we refer to all shotguns as gauge.
Right.
But the 410 is not.
It's a 410 caliber. 410 is I think the Taurus Judge is a revolver in 410 that I've always kind of had the hots for.
Gauge 410 is caliber.
Okay.
So it's a 410 caliber barrel.
All right.
I don't know what 410 would actually be in gauge. It would probably be like 30 or something. This looks like a 8 gauge shotgun, just how big these shells are.
Right.
When I reload it.
I keep on forgetting that 12 gauge is more powerful than 20 gauge. It's like golf.
Yeah, it's weird. The lower you go, the more powerful the gun is. So a 20 gauge is actually like a baby shotgun compared to a 12 gauge, compared to a 10 gauge, which is a really big shotgun.
Lower number is more.
Yeah. I think 20 gauge is kind of underrated as like a shotgun.
I didn't say it was bad.
No, it's not bad, but
Taser shotgun would probably be 12 gauge because 12 gauge is the most common shotgun there is. So most stuff is going to be made to fit 12 gauge because that's just sort of like, a pump action 12 gauge is, I think there's one in every police car, I think, for example. So if there was a Taser shotgun shell, it would probably be in 12 gauge because that's just, I'm pretty sure every police car has like a 12 gauge pump action in the back as like their heavy weapon.
I personally think that 20 gauge is kind of underrated because 20 gauge, yeah, it has less recoil than 12 gauge, but it's not like that much less.
If you shoot me with a 20 gauge, it's gonna hurt if it don't kill me.
Oh, wait, no, I found the scout rifle. I forgot. I found the scout rifle. I fucking love the scout rifle.
Oh.
I want to get one of these so badly.
Nice.
I want one of these so badly.
Could be good for a scoped weapon. I don't don't normally care for those.
So let me tell you about the scout rifle real quick.
All right.
Okay, so the scout rifle is made by Steyr. It's the same company that made the AUG. And the scout rifle was designed based off of a concept by the famed shooter Jeff Cooper. It's intended more of a hunting gun, or what would be considered a guide gun. The concept behind the scout rifle is it's a gun that you carry a lot and then you shoot occasionally. So it's really lightweight, and generally you want it to be in a larger caliber. So I believe the original scout rifle concept was it needed to be 30 caliber or larger.
When you say guide rifle, you're just leading people through the forest and you occasionally come across a bear.
You are a guide rifle.
And then you guide it to the afterlife?
A guide rifle in this context is someone that is taking someone else on a large game hunting expedition.
Oh.
So you are the person that knows the area, you know what animals are in the area, you know where those animals like to go, and you are taking this guy to go shoot a buffalo in the face. You could feasibly use this as your hunting gun. The reason it has to be large caliber is it has to be able to take out a fucking water buffalo.
Yeah, and those things are biological tanks. They're fucking bulky boys.
Right, yeah.
So you want it to be in like 308 caliber or larger. Like something like 4570 or something along those lines. The reason the scope is mounted further forward is because, again, this is another practical thing of usually when you put a scope on a gun, it means that you can no longer use stripper clips to load that firearm.
Why not?
Because the scope is directly on top of the ejection port. So you have to single-hand load rounds into it. You can't use stripper clips anymore. So one of the other concepts for the scout rifle is it had to be able to be fed either with stripper clips or with detachable box magazines. So by moving the scope further forward, you can now use stripper clips. This gun doesn't need to use stripper clips because it uses detachable magazines.
Okay.
By putting the scope further forward, it does mean you have to use what's called a longer eye relief scope, but you now have a bigger field of view. Your entire view isn't being taken up by this tube that's right in front of you.
Yeah.
So it's when you're aiming down the gun, you can still see what's around you. So if you are, for example, in this instance, because it is a guide gun, if you are telling the person that is supposed to be taking the shot, there's a water buffalo over there, we're going to be shooting at that one, and you're aiming down the scope at it, and then a fucking lion pops out off to your left, you can quickly turn and shoot at the lion with...
Okay.
Because you had a better field of view.
I understand.
Yes, this does actually have backup iron sights, so you can see that little aperture
little
right
flip
there.
sight.
Yep, so there's one on the rear.
Okay.
And there is...
Oh, the flip side on the front is there.
One on the front. That little serrated part, you pull that forward and the front sight pops up.
Is the scope in the way of that?
The scope is in the way of the front sight.
Okay.
So the iron sights are more of like an emergency sighting system.
If you didn't have the scope on there.
It's more in case your scope just fucking breaks. Like you dropped your rifle and the scope is broken, you just remove the scope and now you use the emergency iron sights.
Hey, that's okay.
It has... So
always good to have a backup.
The scout rifle has another feature that I think is really cool. There is a magazine that is a detachable magazine right there.
It's not sticking out of the firearm, though.
Nope, it's only like a 5-round magazine.
You gotta get your fingernails in that groove and pull it
No,
out.
actually, there are 2 little tabs. You see where the cutout is right there? There's 2 tabs. You push those in, and then the magazine just comes out. Those 2 tabs are what lock the magazine in place.
Oh, okay.
There's another one in the stock.
That's the magazine release? Is the 2 tabs?
Yep.
Oh.
Those 2 tabs.
Hey, you also got a little place to fit a spare mag in your stock. I like that. I've always liked when gun companies use the stock as like a utility storage space.
Press both of them, you pinch them, and then pull the magazine out. There's another one in the stock of the gun.
Oh, is the stock gonna fire? It's a gun that fires twice.
No, that would be really cool if that was all the way back there. That would be some weird science fiction rifle shit of the magazine is back here, and somehow the bullet just magically travels all the way up the pistol grip. And no, it doesn't work like that. It's just a second magazine.
Yeah, okay.
So you're carrying a spare magazine on the gun, so you can drop the magazine out of the pistol grip, pull the magazine out of stock, pop it into the gun. Now you have 5 more rounds.
All right, cool.
There is a bipod.
Is it inside that stock?
Yeah, it's the handguard.
Oh.
You see where this cutout is right here?
Yeah.
You push in a button, On the bottom of the stock, it's not modeled, but it's like right down here in this cutout.
Okay.
You push that button in, and then both sides of the handguard fold downwards and turn it into a bipod. And again, it's not a military rifle. It's not designed for you to be like running and then slamming the gun down onto a bipod. It's really more of just, it's better than just balancing the gun on a rock when you're trying to take a shot.
Yeah.
You can just unfold the bipod legs and set it down. I will say that the bipod legs of this gun, when they fold back up and become the handguard, they make the most god-awful noise that sounds like you have just broken the gun.
Oh.
They make the loudest plastic snapping noise. And it sounds like you literally just broke them in half. Every single time I've handled one of these, and I've told someone how to fold the bipod, because I've sold a couple of these to people.
Mm-hmm.
Every single time I've told them how to fold the bipod legs up, they fold the bipod legs up, and then they just stop and look at me like, "Oh my god, I just broke it," and I'm like, "No, that's just the noise it makes." It makes an absolutely fucking terrible noise.
That's terrible.
You use a lot of the Scout rifles?
I've sold a couple of them to people. I want to get one at some point. I really,
It's a cool
I
gun.
really do want to get one of these. I think the concept behind this rifle is so cool. It's got so many neat features into it. It's got like, I believe 3 different I think 6 technically different sling points. So that little circular part with the oval shaped hole, that is where you attach a sling. And the sling that goes in there is what is called a Ching sling. It's a 3-point sling that you can shove your arm through it, and you can basically tension up the sling so that you can get a more stable shooting position while you are standing.
Ah, sounds awful.
It's actually it's a really cleverly designed sling.
No, you told me all 3-point slings are awful except for a different one.
This is one of the only other 3-point slings that actually functions, and it's because it's not really a 3-point sling. It is, but it functions differently than how a normal 3-point sling.
Your elbow is one of the 3 points, so it's different.
Yeah, I think the Steyr Scout is a really cool rifle.
It does seem neat.
There's some really interesting, it's not modeled on this one, but there's some really interesting grooves that are milled into the bolt, so that if you get a case that ruptures while it's firing, it vents all of the gases downwards out through the magazine port. So it basically will blow the magazine out of the bottom of the gun if you get a case that ruptures, instead of blowing the bolt back into the shooter's face. I guess if I had to say something I don't particularly like about the Steyr Scout is I think they're just now making versions that have a Picatinny rail on the top of it.
Oh.
They use what's called a Weaver rail, which is a different type of rail system, and it means that you can't put a lot of modern optics with an integrated rail grabber onto this gun. You have to use what are called Weaver rail rings, and I'm not as big a fan of Weaver rail stuff.
All right, well, I'm glad they're updating it.
I'm sorry to just go off on a. Oh man, it teleported us really far.
Oh boy, where do we drop that firearm? Oh boy, where did it go? Where do we drop it?
Uh-oh.
Where did that...
Oh.
Whoopsie doodle.
There it is.
Oh, okay. It blends in so well. I'm surprised you found it.
Oh, interesting. This one's in 5.56. So they did actually make Scout rifles in 5.56. They just, I think generally they were in 223.
Okay.
Not 5.56.
Right, half the size.
No, it's the same. 223 and 5.56 are effectively the same caliber.
But
It's different measuring systems. One is metric, the other is imperial. But yeah, you can shoot a 223 out of a 5.56 rated gun, but it's not necessarily advised to shoot a 5.56 out of a 223 rated gun because it might be too much pressure.
23 is half of 5.56.
No, because
but one's in millimeter and one's in caliber.
Yeah,
I know.
One is in millimeter and one is in inches. Yeah, 223 and 5.56 are effectively the same caliber, except that 223 is the civilian version and 5.56 is the military version. Generally, if you have a rifle that is labeled 223 only, you cannot.
Yeah, don't shoot 5.56 through it because it will probably blow up the gun.
Fire 5.56 through it. You might be able to get it to fire, but it's not gonna repeatedly cycle.
If they don't say that on the gun, are they somewhat interchangeable?
Well, if you have a gun that says 5.56, that means it will shoot 223 as well.
Oh, but not the other way around.
Generally not, though now, like modern guns, I've seen a lot of guns that say 223 that will still fire 5.56. So it depends.
Okay.
basically everyone that manufactures guns has more or less started making guns that will accept 5.56.
Okay. Is it because it's so widely used?
Yeah, and then there was a whole thing that was created a few years back that was called 223 Wild. 223 Wild is just 5.56.
All right, that's no difference.
Yeah, it's annoying that.
Oh yeah, are you getting annoyed by all the different types of calibers?
I will agree with you that is very annoying at how many different types there are and why like they get different names. Mm. That is infuriating because there is a lot of them and it's hard for me to keep track of all of them inside my head.
Okay.
So I agree with you on that point.
I'm glad we have some common ground there.
Yeah, I agree with you that there are a lot of calibers and
you just don't agree that we only need to have one caliber.
No, I do not agree that we only need to have one caliber.
No.
It's
only rifle caliber and handgun caliber, and maybe sometimes shotgun shell. That's it.
Yeah.
This is the only calibers.
Just like in real life, spending too much money on guns. It's a hobby.
Cut back to that conversation you and I had. Zach, why are you wasting so much money on guns? It's not a waste. It's an investment. I can always resell these.
The it's an investment is a lie we tell ourselves. My wife has brought this up multiple times that like guns are basically just like guitars. It astounds me how similar guitars and guns are.
You waste too much money on them, and sometimes they get stored in guitar cases.
Like, you really, to be completely, like, she's like, I mean, you really only
need, they're both cool.
Like, one or two. And then you have, like, 12 of them. And it's like, why did you get this one? Because I like the way it sounds. That's it! That's the only reason! Alright, what is this anti-personnel rifle?
Scary.
God, it's big! Oh, this is the one that dude had earlier.
Mm-hmm.
That is a long zoom.
Oh, it'll kill someone from very far away. Yeah, I gotta make sure your aim's not so shaky, though. That's the thing.
Oh my god, it's literally a single shot. You pull the entire... So the bolt is less of a bolt, and it's more a breech block that you are just shoving the round into.
Yeah. Just gotta reload that, and that's your rifle right there.
Good god.
What a monstrosity that is.
What a chungus.
Big chungus.
Oh, here we go. Oh, that didn't look right. Yeah, you literally pull the entire breech face out and change the round that is on it.
Very nice, very nice.
Oh my god, I have exploding 50 cal rounds.
Oh my god!
Someone is gonna get obliterated. What is the name of this?
Submachine gun!
I'm pretty sure that this is a Sights Spectre.
Alright.
It's a 9mm submachine gun. Interestingly, it uses coffin mags.
Cool. You know, it does not look like the M4 I've used.
No, there's a lot of things that end up with the M4 designation. So it interestingly uses a thing called coffin mags, which are basically like quad stack magazines.
That's only a single stack magazine.
No, it's a single feed.
Yeah, guns, guitars, and cars. All things I would collect if I was insanely wealthy.
Magazine? Traditionally, like the magazine that you are used to for like an M4 is what is called a double stack magazine.
Right.
So,
but a coffin mag is basically two of those. It's a thick boy, but it gives you a lot more bullets.
Bullets are like two on top of each other, and it kind of makes like a little zigzag pattern. Yeah. There's also single stack magazines, which is like what a 1911 uses, where the bullets are all just one on top of each other. There's another type that is called a quad stack, or you can call them coffin magazines because of their somewhat resemblance to a coffin.
Oh. I didn't realize there was another type.
Quad stack is basically you now have two double stack magazines that are like next to each other internally in the gun.
Oh.
And then it goes into a double stack, and then now on this one up to a single feed.
Huh.
The advantage of those is you can have more rounds into a shorter magazine, but they are more complex.
Yeah.
So you're trading off the length of the magazine for magazine complexity.
It's more efficient if it works.
Yeah, there's a reason they're not super common, because they don't. It's taken a while to get to a point where magazines work that well.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're kind of neat. If I recall correctly, this gun is really weird because it is it has a double action mode. Most rifles don't have a double action. Double action mode is a thing for handguns. It's really weird that a submachine gun would have a double action mode. But this does. Huh. You can decock the hammer on this gun so that your first trigger pull is a long, relatively heavy one. And I guess the reason for that is that way you don't have to disengage a safety.
Maybe.
Because if you have a double action trigger, then you have to actually fully intend to pull the trigger in order for the gun to go off.
Okay.
So it means that now you don't have to like worry about disengaging a safety. You can just point the submachine gun and pull the trigger and it fires.
I guess. I'm very busy in combat. I don't have time to disengage a safety.
Well, that is something that people used to be more concerned with was, well, I don't want a safety on my gun because it's something that I have to disengage. And what if I forget to disengage the safety?
Mm-hmm. Could be the
That's
difference
why you
between life and
train.
death.
Yeah, the trigger group is double action with a decocker, which is just weird, but cool. I like it. They're neat. So the G36. I wish I could get a better look at this. Oh, this is the machine gun version of the G36. Oh, well, it said support weapon, so I should have realized that because it's got a beta mag in it,
which only betas use.
The G36, like the traditional one, has an optic that has two optics. The top one is a red dot, and then the bottom one is a magnified optic.
Mm-hmm.
And the bottom one looks through this hole underneath the
Right.
carry handle. From my personal experience, the optic on a G36 is not very good. The window you are looking through on a G36 is literally like 1 inch tall. It is the smallest little window you're looking through.
Ah, bummer.
It kind of sucks. And
Luckily
the red dot
you got that scope instead.
The red dot is not much better. Yeah, standard G36. Just not like the light machine gun version.
How is it different? Different magazine?
Barrel is slightly shorter. Yeah, different magazine.
Oh, no drum mag.
Yeah, no drum mag. So if you look at the reload animation for this one, I hit a non-existent bolt release on the side of the G36.
Ah, yes.
There is no bolt release on the side of the G36.
Just slapping it for good luck.
The bolt release on the G36 is, I don't know if it's actually going to be modeled in here, but the bolt release, the bolt catch and bolt release on the G36 is in the trigger guard in front of the trigger. And it is a little lever that moves up and down.
Oh, okay.
So it's ambidextrous, which is kind of the reason they put it there, so that you can hit it with your trigger finger of either your fire, whether you're right or left-handed.
Yeah. Guns and so
But
few
on
animations.
this one, when I take the magazine out, the bolt suddenly magically is locked to the rear, and you can tell because the charging handle moves backwards. The bolt is magically locked to the rear, and then I manipulate that.
Yep. A little strange.
It's interesting. I think it's interesting when they do stuff
They
like
do
that.
the best they can with what they have. They don't always have the resources for
I don't mean anything when I bring up stuff like this. I don't mean anything by it unless I say I mean something by it, and then in which case I mean something by it.
And I want you to take this personally.
I want you to take this as the wrong way as far as you possibly can up your hole. It's just
it's an M4 with a camo pattern.
It's not an M4.
Is it M16?
No.
You sure?
Yes, I'm positive.
No, that's got to be an M4 with like.
Nuh-uh.
What is it then? AR-15 civilian version?
It is the Fallout New Vegas version of an XM177.
Okay. How can you tell the difference between an XM177? How do you know?
Because the XM177 has the A1 style carry handle on it, and the M4 has an A2 style carry handle. This is what the rear side of the M16A2 looks like. You'll notice
so it's a little wider, and
you'll notice that it is wider. Well, on this one it's wider. They're generally like the same size in real life. But the M16A2 rear sight is is range adjustable, i.e. the rear sight can move up and down with that wheel on it.
It's got knobs.
And the XM177 or the M16A1 rear sight is non-adjustable for range.
Well, how do you know that's not an M16A1? Because of the stock?
Because of the stock and the barrel's way too short.
Oh, okay.
Because it's a collapsible stock.
So it's got the barrel of an M4, in terms of length, and the stock of an M4.
No, because the barrel's even shorter than it is on an M4. XM177 generally had a 10.5 or 11.5 inch barrel, depending on which version it was.
And it does, for some reason, it doesn't have an adjustable rear sight. Isn't that a downgrade? Wouldn't you want to be able to adjust your sight?
I mean, it came out before the M4 did.
Oh, okay. Am I confusing it with the XM8? I think I am.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. Apparently you're confusing it for the XM8.
All right.
I don't remember finding this one.
Ooh, it's cool looking.
Baja campaign rifles. It's a flat top with
triangle handguard.
Why is it? It's completely missing any type of gas block in the front.
It's got a nice sight though. That compensates for it.
Well, the RMR is mounted way too low. You would not actually be able to see through the optic if it was mounted that low. I mean, you would. It's gonna suck though. You're gonna have to like roll your entire face over on top of the stock.
Lean your head on the right side. Yeah.
Yeah, it's missing any type of gas block, or I can understand like there not being a front sight on there. That would make sense, like, because that was a thing that they actually did do on some of the M16 A2s.
They just forwent the front sight.
They would chop it down. I have to get another one to show you what I mean. But this one is completely missing the. I mean, this is very well modeled, aside from the
sight that you're criticizing for being too low.
This is very well modeled, aside from missing the front sight. Can you actually see a gas tube? No gas tube is visible.
But it would be there. We're just going to pretend.
If I'm going to nitpick it, the adjustment for elevation on here would say U or D, not R. I can't remember what it says on the RMR. It would say U or D, and it does not sit proud of the body of the RMR. You see how it's like sticking up slightly?
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't do that.
It's protruding.
They basically just copied the thing that says R, or they copied the windage adjustment and pasted the windage adjustment on top of it.
I see. So now they both rotate towards the right.
Nobody's going to notice this. I am the only person that is going to notice that. So one of the things that they would do when they were trying to get rid of the front sight block is you see this flat part right here on the front sight block?
Yeah.
They would basically just chop off the front sight directly above that.
Why would they want to do that? So it doesn't stick out as much?
It's in case you have like a scope or something so that you don't see the front sight.
That makes sense.
Which, like, on magnified, it doesn't really matter.
So you say there's a gas block that's missing on the other one. Where's the gas block on this one?
The gas block is part of the front sight. It's that flat part.
Oh, the gas block is part of the front sight.
Yeah, the gas block is part of the front sight, but basically everything above the flat part is not necessary for the rifle to function.
Is the flat part necessary?
Yeah, the flat part is necessary because that's where the gas tube goes into. There is a hole in the top of the barrel directly above where the sling swivel is.
Okay, so gas would escape out there and you got to block it off.
No, you're not blocking it off. That's where the gas comes up through the barrel and goes into the gas tube. So the gas tube is pinned into the front sight block. Gas comes up through that hole. I need to find the manual because then that is something that I can actually reference to show you how it functions and not like...
I'll figure out how it functions later and then I'll like...
I don't trust you to figure out how it functions.
I'll definitely confirm with you that I understand how it functions. It's fine.
M16A2...
Wow, this is all very technical. How often have you studied this manual?
I have used this manual more often than I care to admit. I mean, the 23&P manual tells you how to do literally every single thing on an M16, short of like I think there's two things that it doesn't tell you how to do, which is remove the front sight block
and how to sell it.
There is, like I said, there is a hole in the barrel on the top of the barrel right here. This has a channel running through it. When the gun is fired, once the bullet moves past where this hole is, the gas pressure is trapped in between the shell casing, which is still in the back of the barrel, and the bullet, which is in the front of the barrel. Gas pressure goes up through the gas block, into the gas tube, and then it travels back into the bolt carrier, and then that is what pushes the bolt carrier back.
Okay.
And ejects the round.
It's a bit misnamed in that regard. It's not plugging it up. It's not a gas block. It's just redirecting the gas towards the tube.
No, you see, you're thinking of the word block as in like a thing that is stopping it. It is a gas block.
Yeah, gas plug.
I.e., it is a
block
of metal that is attached on there that gas travels through.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
This is one of the older ones too. I haven't really used this one as much. Because I have the newer versions of this manual.
own the newer versions of the M16 Army manuals.
I mean, I still do. I have them.
Smuggled them out with you when you left?
Not really. They're available for public release, so I just took one.
Oh, okay. They condensed it down from 300 pages to 144. Yay!
Well, no, this one is the operator manual, not the direct support maintenance manual.
Oh, okay. So just less information.
There's a difference because they don't want people they don't want to put the direct support maintenance manual in this one because they don't want the operator trying to rip their entire gun apart, which happens a lot.
Yeah. What was the most common error you found when they went too far with disassembly? What were they disassembling most often that they shouldn't have?
I've seen them punch the entire trigger mechanism out of the gun, and then they can't figure out how to get the trigger back into the gun. Ooh. Or they do put the trigger back into the gun, but they put the hammer back in first, and then they bend the legs to the hammer spring, trying to get the trigger to go into place. The most common ones that I saw were someone disassembles the trigger mechanism because they're trying to clean it better, and then they can't figure out how to get the trigger back together. And someone reassembles their weapon but forgets to put the buffer and spring into the weapon, and then they pull the charging handle back, and now the bolt is stuck in the rear of the gun.
Oh boy.
Which is relatively simple to fix, but it's like...
But you don't want to have a mishap like that in combat.
No, but I mean, you really also shouldn't be disassembling your gun in combat.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are probably the two most common things that I saw people mess up on, like, reassembling their gun. And then, like, the forgetting the buffer that's just I'm not going to blame someone for that unless they do it a lot, because that's something that, like, everybody has done that. I have reassembled my gun and forgot to put the buffer into it before.
Yeah, just
legitimately, and then I pull the bolt back and go, ah, fuck, and then now I gotta push the bolt back forward and then take it apart and put the buffer back into it.
Yeah.
It happens.
Just do what I do. Never disassemble your weapon that far. I guess you don't have the
clean
luxury.
your gun.
What was that?
Clean your gun.
Clean your gun. I can clean my. I just don't have to disassemble it down to its bare bones.
If you want your gun to be clean, you have to take the buffer out of it. Oh, I have also seen people try to jam Q-tips into the gas tube to try to clean it out.
Right.
And now there's Q-tips stuck in it.
Yeah. How would you get the Q-tips out of there?
You don't. You just replace the gas tube.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Like, you can't even pull it out, huh?
Not really. Like, if you really wanted to, and it was the only one you had, I guess you could, like, take the gas tube out of the M4 and then use compressed air to try to launch the Q-tips out of the whatever's stuck in there out through the gas tube. But, like, it's easier just to replace the gas tube.
Yeah, isn't that wasteful to throw away rifle parts?
Not if they're filled with Q-tips because some idiot jammed 3 of them in there.
Okay. You just gotta fix it. That's all. Again.
Oh no, I got a Q-tip stuck in the gas tube. I better put another Q-tip in there to get it out. Oh no, I got that Q-tip stuck in the gas tube. I better put another Q-tip in there to get it out. Oh no, I got another Q-tip stuck in the gas tube. I better jam this lacing wire in there to get it out. Oh no, the lacing wire got stuck in the gas tube.
It's the same kind of person who comes home without shoes on because their basketball got stuck. They throw the shoes up and try and dislodge the basketball. Yeah. I see what you're saying. It just seems like just use compressed air to shoot it out if you have the opportunity.
The thing is, you don't. As the operator, you don't. As the armorer, you don't.
You don't have compressed air?
No, you don't. You're not supposed to remove the gas tube.
Right.
And generally, in order to remove the gas tube on an M4, in order to remove it, there is a tiny, tiny, tiny pin that holds the gas tube in place. So you have to remove that tiny pin, and then you have to take the gas tube out, and then rotate it, and kind of like wiggle it past the front sight post to get the gas tube to come out of the upper receiver.
So obviously they shouldn't be disassembling the gas tube. But if they do theoretically get a Q-tip stuck in there, you can just get it out with compressed air, unless putting the Q-tip in there damages the gas tube.
No, you can't get it out there with compressed air.
You just said you could.
There's no easy way to get the compressed air into the gas tube without removing the gas tube from the gun.
Okay, so you're saying the operator shouldn't use compressed air, but whoever's fixing their
I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm saying that there's not a good way to do it.
Oh, okay.
In order, if let's just in this hypothetical, no, it's fine.
Okay, we're moving on.
Don't worry about it.
No,
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Don't disassemble your gas tube. That's the bottom line. Got it. All right, let's grab some Brahmin.
Or just don't put Q-tips in the gas tube to begin with.
Yeah, that's also. Yeah, don't just. Yeah.
It's a SIG P. No, it's a SIG P220 if it's in 45. What the hell? Oh, yeah, it's a SIG P220. Oh, with a rubberized Hogue grip on it.
Hogue grip?
I'm not a big fan of Hogue.
Aside from the grip, it's probably fine, right?
Yeah, they're fine. They're fine. The SIG P220 was, oh, there's a baby chicken here.
No.
Oh.
A lot of foot traffic, though. A little worried for him.
The SIG P220 was, I believe, one of the guns that was entered in the 1980s U.S. Army pistol trials. It didn't end up winning, and there were a wide variety of factors, but the primary factor was cost. Basically, the Berettas were cheaper.
I see.
Yeah. I think one of the other things that maybe the Army didn't like as much was that the 226 and the 220 don't have a safety on them.
Oh, wait, they don't, huh?
No, they have a decocker. The lever that's in the front is the disassembly lever. The next lever in is the decocking lever, and then the third lever is the slide release lever. So basically what you end up doing with this gun is when you have a round chambered in there, if you're going to be holstering the gun, you use the decocker, which puts the hammer on double action. So now you have a long, relatively heavy trigger pull in order to fire the gun. Really, when you decock it, the only way for you to fire the gun is if you actually pull the trigger on it. What did I just find on one of them? Oh, I think it was like security something. Oh, no, I think it was the tactical 9mm submachine gun.
I haven't seen that before.
It's like a Jotomatic, I think is the name of it.
That's got a weird front sight.
Yeah, it's goofy.
All right.
It looks like it's tapered downwards towards the front. When you look at this gun...
It does look like it's going downward, doesn't it? Yeah.
So when you look at this gun, I know I'm holding it at kind of a weird angle. When you look at this gun, it looks like the barrel is pointing out at like an upward angle.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Yeah, it does look like that.
But that's because the entire gun is built in line with the barrel going this way. It
looks like the barrel's bent.
It looks like it was designed poorly.
Yeah.
That is legitimately how this gun looks.
So weird.
The reason it looks like that is because it's supposed to direct the recoil impulse more like straight backwards.
Okay, I can kind of get that.
As opposed to the gun trying to climb on you. So it's supposed to help with recoil mitigation.
Okay.
I believe that this fold down vertical grip is also the charging handle for the gun. I'm pretty sure that's the case. You basically grab the vertical grip and pull it backwards to charge the gun. Also, I think this gun might have...
Let me see. You know, kind of cool.
Double action trigger on it.
Gun looks like a rooster. It's got a waddle on it.
Yeah, it does. It looks funky. It looks weird.
Oh shit! Now I can't unsee it. And now I want to get one of those guns and paint the rooster on it.
It's not a bad weird. It's just kind of strange.
Well, strange can be.
I like weird.
Putting. If you're trying to sell these guns, then I can understand.
Well, I mean, they didn't really sell many of them. I don't know why.
I can speculate.
All right, well, let's go to Sioux Town, and I'll pawn this Jotomatic gun off on somebody.
Never even heard of a Jotomatic.
Yeah.
Yes, look at it. It's nice. It's not bad.
They did a good job modeling it. The problem is that it's an M14.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You're not a fan of M14s. I don't know why you got so excited about it.
Oh, okay, so I saw the skeletonized stock, and I thought it was a Beretta BM59, and I got really excited. But it's not a BM59, it's an M14 with a side folding stock. So if you want it, you can have it.
All right, I don't really want it.
Also, we found a Marine service rifle, which is an M16A2. I don't like how I did that reloading animation.
Not a fan?
No, the way when I pull out of my inventory... They did a really good job modeling this. Holy crap. The only little detail that I'm noticing that would be like incorrect is the back of the stock does not have a trapdoor on it.
Oh,
Which,
yeah.
Why would you put that on there? Well, no one is ever going to look at that.
Where else are you going to store your cleaning kit?
I am the only person that is going to look at that and notice that. Wait, I did notice one thing. Okay, that might just be a side effect of how the gun is modeled, because that looks more like the straight delta ring assembly as opposed to the angled delta ring assembly, which the A2 has. The previous versions had one that was just a cylinder. The later versions had one that had the sides are more tapered out. And, like, you can see it is actually tapered.
Yeah, I can see the taper on this one.
But it's very, very slight. And it is slightly more exaggerated on the actual one.
Okay.
Yeah, they did a good job.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, so the U.S. Army Ordnance Board had already, like, dumped all of this time and money into the M14 project, which was just, like, an absolute dismal failure, Michael. It It was pathetic. None of it had worked properly, and it was all this effort to convert an M1 Garand into a magazine-fed rifle, which is really funny because like the Italians did it successfully with the Beretta BM59. They just took an M1 Garand and then made it magazine-fed, and it actually like worked properly. I don't know what they did entirely on the inside of it, but there were a lot of problems with the M14. Anyway, it was mostly because the U.S. Army Ordnance Board had a real problem with adopting weapons. Just ignore what's happening over there. Don't worry about that, Michael. They had a real problem with adopting weapons that they personally didn't design. So even though they were getting all this positive feedback from operators in the Vietnam and Laos region about this new AR-15 derivative, they really didn't want to accept it because they hadn't personally made it.
Your first gun rant. Oh, you're so privileged, Michael.
Hands out your pockets for me.
I'm not the one who does.
Sir, I don't keep your...
I'm gonna take a break for a moment because I gotta use the bathroom. So I will be back in like 2 minutes. I'm not even gonna put on any music. YouTube finally fixed that bug where this stuff used to go black All right. Surviving a horrific fantasy world inside a dwarf hold by Rubik's Raptor. Let's check it out.
Howdy! Welcome to the mystical world of Ren, a fantasy world that through dark means we have constructed in the game Vintage Story, and every day I play in it, I pay for my hubris of doing so. On the continent of Ren, besides the orcs, goblins, dragons, and unnameable horrors that lurk in every shadow, are 3 entirely player-controlled factions. The first being the Wood Elves, who control the southern Great Forest and sprawling river basin, while to the north live the Dwarves, who inhabit a frigid mountain range that borders the land of ice. The third faction has no claim to any homeland, and that is the Humans, who in this world operate under a trade guild bringing adventurers and commerce to far-off lands. That works out because Vintage Story is brutal when it comes to keeping a settlement alive. It can take tens of hours to smith certain metals and days to farm crops, so while the dwarves are expert smiths, the elves can trade them for their wares with their bountiful forest resources. Of course, both factions have different traits and abilities along with their own challenges. The dwarves, for example, have the safety of a stronghold but scarcer resources in the cold mountains, while the elves have a warm, resource-filled land but an unprecedented, endless horde of forest terrors. Like, actually, it got so bad that one elf settlement got completely pushed out of a forest they went into, but we'll get into that. Thankfully, on my end, I am going to be with the traders for this adventure, so we'll get to see both the dwarf hold get built and the elves being terrorized by demons. It's honestly been amazing so far, seeing the settlements slowly grow, industries and politics forming, all while we get to travel between nations, trading, finding lost dungeons, and fighting fantastical creatures. Even last weekend, the session ended with us doing an escort quest for a dude carrying 1,000 granite rocks from the dwarf hold. Very funny. This video, however, mostly focuses on the start of the nations, the first settlements being made and founded, and the brutal early game of Vintage Story. Like the first night we spent stuck in an abandoned church in the middle of a storm, but I suppose you're about to see that. Now, before we start, this was all live streamed on Twitch, and it's still an ongoing weekly session, so you can still watch it live about 3 hours after this video comes out, actually, at 6 p.m. EST. I hope to see some of you there, and I hope you enjoy this new adventure.
Okay, best of luck, guys.
Yeah, best of luck. Don't die on the way. It's usually funny, but don't do it. We don't need too much comedy just yet. We'll get there. There's like multiple guys.
I think the thunderstorm is approaching.
Can't tell who that is.
Yeah, if the thunderstorm gets here, we might all die, so we might be on like a time schedule here. Hey,
he just has that.
Why do you?
Where'd you get that?
Why do you just have?
Found them in a tree.
What? You shouldn't have that, I don't think. Hey guys, that's actually getting like close really fast. There's a wolf. There's a wolf. Oh, shit. We got it. This is such a cool building. Hey guys, there's monsters outside. Should we stay here for the night?
Yeah, probably.
You want this mushroom? It could be. I think it's poisonous.
Okay, we can find out.
Picked it up.
Okay, so the mushroom was poisonous.
He ate it. It was very poisonous.
We have lost like a quarter of the dwarf clan already. Granby spawned into the world and was ripped apart by a wild animal. That's crazy. So this is a horrid, wretched first night, huh? You okay, Bug?
No. I have to eat this guy.
Do not eat that dog.
I don't feel so good.
What? Okay, well, I think we are heading out. Now, rabbit. You will sustain me, little guy. I don't know if I'm catching this rabbit. Unless... What? Perfect. Oh my god. Yes. Man. Dude, the sound of the rain under the water. Hey guys, there's a chance a sea leviathan spawns in here and kills us all. This looks so pretty though. I mean, I'm dying slowly, but it's very pretty. This land is gorgeous. I just don't want to die in it. The hell? Where is everyone? Which path do you think we take, O'Neill? I don't know where the group went.
Oh, shit.
Let's just go down this one.
English enough to attack a glorious pair of dwarfs.
Oh! Glorious! Blueberries!
Oh my goodness.
Oh!
We gotta shift them.
We're here. We made it, O'Neill.
Oh my goodness, look at that fight. It's beautiful.
These set of mountains are called the Gateway to the North, because if you follow that river between the mountains, it goes all the way to the North Pole. My lord, we've made it.
We've made it. Look at this beautiful mountain.
Yep.
Wide.
Okay, well, a golem is like ripping them apart over there, and I don't understand what that is. There's like a firewood anomaly here. You see that goblin down there? I think I can clock him in the head. This is the most dwarf activity I've ever done in my life. Hucking rocks at a goblin down from... I hit him! Oh my god! What story? This is like Bethesda storytelling. What happened here? What? The issue with me being a trader, I have to build up enough food to make the trade journey, which is way harder than I thought it was going to be. Also, that looks so cool every time I look at it.
Marked a bunch of running around looking for stuff.
Does that tree look
that's an ant.
weird to you?
No, watch this.
Oh, I'm gonna leave now.
I got chased by one earlier. It was
Is it because you tried to kill it? Gems died shockingly. If you weren't here for it, I went into the JSON files of the server.
Yeah,
and I tweaked up the lightning storms so the dwarves would be randomly hit by literally apocalypse level lightning storms that will fry them. What do you say? God, so many orcs. That's a wave of orcs. Okay, I'm gonna get the king. You guys hold the riverbed. Orc invasion right now. If anyone has a sword. There's like 30 of them.
Left, you have a spear, don't you?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, they have wolves! They have wolves! This might be it. This might be my end. Oh, oh my god!
We got him!
Oh! I asked the king for help. He sent one person. Jesus God.
Say that to me!
That's a goddamn bear. That's 2 bears! That's 2 bears! Okay, get to the keep. Give up. That's a wolf. The wolf is on you, TH!
No!
Okay, they're lost. They're lost. Bad news. We lost the river.
No!
That is so... Okay, I think the expedition's a failure. Where's the bear? There's the bear!
I bet you thought, teacher!
Oh my god! It's about at this time I decided to try my luck with the first ever trade adventure towards the land of the elves, which, by the way, this video is obviously edited, but a normal trip all the way down there takes like 25 minutes. Of course, you're going to experience it in a minute, but I thought I might give that context because it gives a better sense of scale with how long I'm traveling to do these. On another note, I was unaware that the elves actually didn't really have that much to trade yet because they were in the middle of being ripped apart by nightmare terrors, and it's hard to gather resources for a bustling economy when you are being skinned alive, apparently. I did not know this, but I obviously find that out when I get there and they have like nothing. I'm taking this bushmeat and I'm taking all this red meat to get me there. Goodbye.
I'm sure no one...
Okay, not going near that. That is a bell sprout. Oh wow. Oh wow, is that a castle? Wow. That is such an imposing... Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. It's a whole pack of them. Okay, we're getting out of the water now, chat. That's awful. That is such a big storm cloud over the Elven Woods. I might get struck by lightning and explode.
If I'm not mistaken, you're not supposed to be under trees in a thunderstorm.
Yeah, no, this whole area down here is gorgeous.
Oh, that looks stormy as hell.
Ah, Rogue.
That looks like it looked a couple of days ago, and I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna have a meal in my car," and then it started raining super hard. And I was stuck in my car for like an hour.
Traitor, hail to thee. Your
man.
coming was whispered on the winds.
You mean all chat?
Prepare to partake in an elven delicacy.
What's the elven delicacy?
Meat
Just
on
meat.
stick.
You want berries? I have so many cranberries, it's crazy.
We feast on blood in this bitch. You must have come to the wrong section of the woods if you were expecting us to be some forager, motherfucker. So, Trader, tell me.
Yeah.
How many bags of seeds do you got?
So I got 6 rice seeds and I got 3 cabbage. With 3 gears, and you want the cabbage too?
Yeah.
Okay. You seem to have been attacked by a... something that exploded. Oh! I literally just saw that Frenchman fall to his death. Hey, Quail.
We look like homeless people.
How's it going, man?
I'm gonna fucking jump off a cliff.
Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm here to trade. Oh. This is kind of a low-level artifact. I'll give you 2 gears for it. I'm gonna head out, guys. I'll, next time you have a bunch of trade wares, just let me know. I'll make the journey.
Creature right there.
What is that? Oh,
It's just a drifter.
my God! Oh, that guy is the size of, like, a rhinoceros.
Yes. Go on.
Okay.
You got this.
Hey, Botorn, how's it going? I'm just heading out. Okay, I'm leaving your hell forest. This place fucking blows.
Farewell.
Yep, have a good one. Not the most profitable adventure, but we got to visit the elves, which is very cool. Oh, what a whimsical music track that just started playing. Oh, as long as I keep my HUD off, I don't have to know all the people that are dying. Every time you hear one of those clicks, it could be anything. It could be someone chatting right now. Nope, it was Chew dying 4 times. Oh. Ooh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm alive. I have to burn the redwood we got. I'm sorry. And we're out, chat. Let's hope we find some like sand down here. Okay, great, wonderful. I'm in a big hole. I can't believe my fucking trade run turned into one of the top 5 stupidest cave deaths that's gonna go onto one of those poorly animated YouTube channels. It's what a way to die. What a way to go out. Oh, hello? Granby, I need you to throw down like a block of dirt, like a ton of dirt. Okay, that was too far. You missed. Oh my God, the dwarves are here.
I don't have any
Get out of here, Knife Ear. This is the dwarf rescue mission. Jay, get back down there.
I'm not going back in the hole. Which was the water? It's so. Oh my God. All right. That was terrible.
You never have a hairstyle as stylish as mine.
You have hair?
Not the turnip top, bro.
I was about to say, it's in my.
Oh my god! Hey, Scorch, you probably heard our call. Oh my god, how did you kill it so fast? What? That was...
Same way you kill everything else. That's how I with the sword. First we feast, because I have 12 bear meat, and I'm hungry, and I'm dying.
You should not do that.
I need everyone to start fish captain.
There we go.
Yes, more fishes. More fishes. The elves need a king. They're dying over there. They're suffering. They lack leadership. I think that's their real problem.
You see, my great plan is to take us under a tree, and we hide there until the bugs go away. You know, until lightning strikes that forest down from whence it came. Give me enough time. That guy over there, he's gonna get struck by lightning as many times as I want. All right.
You mean bugs?
It's not hard to kill bugs. I can kill bugs right now.
Oh my god! Okay, this dwarf hold is getting really cool.
Yes. Look upstairs.
Why is there a mecha guy here? What's happening to the fucking elves? I'm just imagining like a bunch of elves going, what the fuck is that? Just a Gundam theme playing as it's just this full like 90-foot mech sitting in the shadows.
Fucking Amuro Ray shooting him with a beam cannon. It's like, what the fuck?
Mecha kicking gems.
Jake.
Okay. Yeah, what's up?
I have a gift for you.
Oh!
What is that?
A long axe. What are the things you enjoy about Vintage Story, Jay? It is a shockingly relaxing game for being haunted by temporal horrors. Like the gradual rain in a forest while you're hunting a deer, or you're inside during a snowstorm forging a sword. It's just cool. It's cozy. That looks like a castle. It is a castle. The plan is this is gonna get renovated into the Traders Guild post. Is that a wooden boogie board? Yes, it is. It's about this point in the timeline where the first elven settlement actually gets overrun by the dark inhabitants of their forest. It got so bad there they couldn't even build their structures anymore, and the endless tide of monsters was something they could not outkill. I honestly didn't even believe them that this was true. Towards the end of this video, I believed them, and you will see why. But just know, that forest is bad. Within the Elven lands, they moved from this forest to this forest farther in the north that had a wider distribution of trees and way less nightmares. No nightmares, just less. The new forest they found is way more peaceful.
This is way better. Before we approach,
I mean,
we should probably.
Okay, so metal weapon.
That's a big deal. Like that's not a.
I don't know what I just saw. I just witnessed. Anyway, 5 gears per weapon.
Who goes there?
Oh my god!
you trade caravan.
Okay, he's not part.
I just witnessed. Metal weapon.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that was actually part of the video we were watching.
That's a big deal. Like that's not a.
I don't know what I just saw. I just witnessed. Anyway, 5 gears per weapon.
Who goes there?
Oh my god!
you trade
what the fuck is that?
Okay, he's not part of the posse, I promise.
Oh, also, when you get a tannery online, our tanner just laid a shit ton of hides on the ground, didn't treat them, and they're turning to rot. So.
Yeah, our tanner's British. He can't even jerk off anymore.
I'll sell this axe to you for an affordable price.
An affordable price like what?
No. Don't get scammed. I have an axe for you.
But this is that's an andesite.
This is fine elven handswork right here.
That's
okay?
a rock, a stick, and some sinew. That's crazy.
Yeah, and what's your point? Anyway, how much the axe?
We got assaulted like early in the morning yesterday.
Uh-huh. I hated that. That was bad.
Little guy that spawns even more little guys is what he is, and Chew's fighting him. Oh god.
This guy sucks. Oh my god, the golems are persistent.
What the fuck is that?
Oh my god, there are so many little guys. I believe it. I tried. He dropped a door?
Yeah, he dropped a whole door.
Yeah, you've been chopping up orcs and eating them. We've been fighting metal beasts.
That we can't eat explicitly, so there's no food.
Well, yeah, you can't eat them. They're made out of doors. It's kind of depressing to see how fortified your little shack is in the middle of this forest. You guys, it's rough. Hey guys, I think that's a superstorm over there. It might be. Hey Chad, I don't think I can go in that direction. I think we chill out here and wait for the storm to pass before we head to the dwarf hole. I'm gonna go this way. We might be done for. I think I have to go through the storm. I don't have any materials to like reclaim this yet. Oh my god. Okay, Chad, everyone cross your fingers that we don't get struck by fucking lightning. Because, holy shit, what is in front of us is bad. Oh my god, that's fucking fried ozone falling on us. Oh. You know, this is a better valley to fall into. Okay, so here's my plan. I'm gonna jet up this with the raft and see if I can nail it. Oh, I did it! I'm God! Salmon moment? Don't call it a salmon moment. It significantly derides from how cool that was. There's a traitor just in the middle of this valley. This guy is good shit. Source slots 5? Oh! Okay, buying. Wait, how many can I buy? Oh my. Oh! Hey, Bram, you want to buy some linen sacks?
Gladly.
Did anyone pick up like 8 gears that Toad threw on the floor?
Huh? No.
Sure.
Sure, I don't have any.
Greg, the Merchant Guild would like a word, Greg. I ended up finding a trader with god tier merchandise and made so much money. Alright, right now we're traveling back to the elves to sell 2 pickaxes and a longbow. Okie doke. So this is it. I do have a pickaxe that I'm supposed to sell in like mint condition, but hey. Oh, wow! Oh my god. The king. Locust swarm. Oh my god, there's so many.
You aren't lying. It's a swarm, alright. Where they coming from? Yeah, you got the pickaxe. We gotta get down there and can't break it with.
There's so many loot containers.
Yeah, let's
Lime.
map to an abandoned mine. Hello.
What? Is that just a dead wolf? Oh,
truly,
it's a fully alive boy. He's going in.
He ain't getting away.
Oh my god, he's going to the great depths.
Sinking deep into the drink.
We got
back on the menu, boys.
There's a pack of monosaurs kind of eyeing us up over here.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna now watch this drive. Oh fuck!
Hey man, how's it going? Dude, the way the bridges move in high wind is sick as hell. Whoa, dude, the rope suspension.
So stupid. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, no, this is a sick tannery. You guys are doing a great job.
Oh, what is he doing in here?
What? Oh my god! Okay, well, I'm gonna.
He hops.
Man, the second I walk away.
Popped him, he's dead. The Aztok is sick as hell. That paladin sword.
See if it's any good.
Oh, you bought it? It looks sick.
Yeah. The recon deck was built for temporal storms.
We need to go. Book it. And just forget the cattails. The dwarf hold is the only place we gotta be. Da 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 da. Oh my! Like you can see all the names in the mountain, like flickering.
We needed,
Oh,
we needed
dude.
state assigned.
Big improvements on the hall doors.
Knock knock.
Why is it stone? It's like an iCarly bit. It's just the brick wall door. It's like... Let it be known the Traders Guild is benevolent.
Those lanterns he bought from a trader who only had a very finite supply, and the elves were so excited. They were like, "Oh my god, I can't wait! We can buy some lanterns!" And Jay just walked up and bought like almost all of them right in front of them. And left.
Do you want to see the beginning of the Great Hall before the storm?
In a hole.
Oh, this is a good beginning of the Great Hall. I can see the vision.
East.
Alright, to the
storm.
Oh, the world's getting very warbly.
Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh, hey, there's the gorilla. The gorilla has finally arrived in the north. We can fight through him.
Oh no, we can't.
Oh wow! We're getting through it. Oh wow! That's a staircase, man. Straight to Wonderland. I've been horrifically wounded.
Oh shit!
Oh, you cut Brem's head schmoove off. You like, yeah, yeah. There's like corpses of demons laid around the floor of the keep.
Decoration. Put it simply.
Okay, as I was trying to ask you, but you so rudely died, bugs. How many oil lamps?
Dude.
Oh no!
What?
Fell in a hole.
You see that?
This place looks cool as hell.
Chanting table. Oh. Oh.
Is this a big find? This altar? Okay, well, make sure no one else knows.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a ladder. Is there?
Beast down here.
Yo! Dude, this is so cool. This is crazy cool.
What is that?
Oh my god! What?
Look at this chest. You do look like a little fey trickster. You don't look trustworthy at all. It is not helping your business.
I'm just here to sell some stuff.
Well, we have 20.
Fine.
We have 20.
What the hell was that?
Sorry, we had a bear in Scorch's pocket. I have a super cool crown for you as the Forest King.
I am the Forest King. I'm the Forest King!
You didn't even charge him for it!
It comes with a different price. It's not monetary.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh god.
This is long term. So like,
What happened?
Scorch.
Oh, wow! Wow!
storm.
Oh!
The gorillas!
Oh, I'm gonna starve to death. Quail, I had no deaths this whole stream, and your wretched elf village is gonna kill me!
What happened
Oh.
here? What is going on? I'm so confused.
You guys live like this?
There's a gorilla down there! There's a gorilla beating that.
I'm getting spawn camped by the gorilla!
What is happening? What's going on? What's going on? I've been here so many times. This has never happened. This has never happened until now. Take off the crown, Quail.
I'm leaving the crown on!
I don't know what this is. This is bullshit. No one can survive this. That is broken.
Ah, home sweet home. The Goo Lagoon.
God. What is happening?
I'm just so glad 30 seconds before this absolute miasma of hellfire and torture and pain was unleashed, I decided to randomly lay in that bed.
Oh my god, an elven archer? Look at him go.
Dude! Behind you!
Oh, I'm dead.
I'm out of ammo. Oh, fuck.
Take off the crown! Take off the crown, Quail!
Okay,
you took it off?
I took off the crown. Oh, goodbye, Granby.
Well, I notice you have the crown on again.
weird about that, isn't it?
What I would do for an F-35A with two 2,000-pound GBU 54 LJDAMs right now, I swear. I do.
And that brings us to the end of this video. Obviously, things progress a lot from here. The elf village expands massively across the trees, and the dwarf hold starts getting just amazing, like peak fantasy dwarf fiction kind of thing, especially as the cold months of winter approach. This is also the part where I say if you want to see how all that goes, you should subscribe to the channel, not only because it helps you know when we put out the next part of this adventure, but it's also like the #1 metric to show that people enjoy and want more of this kind of thing. On my end, I honestly can't wait to show you how this world evolves between the settlements and the adventures we go on, so I'm really hoping it does well. Though it's also good to mention if you want to watch just like 20 hours straight of me like slowly traveling and doing trade deals and whatnot, the full, nearly unedited VODs are on my second channel, which should be linked in the description in case you want to just binge an unfathomable amount of hours of Vintage Story content. Also, before I sign off, I wanted to mention that the fan art and the general popularity of the streams has been so cool to look at, and I wanted to show some of it. As well as the first stream actually got so many subs, we ended up donating half of it to charity, which was awesome. So at this point, I just want to thank everyone for watching, and hopefully I'll see you again in the wonderful world of Ren.
That was cool. You know, the intricacies of these worlds are so very, very cool. Got these little worlds with so much going on and they really feel alive. Alright. Epic Fury. Real strike footage, military metal. Warrior Shaman. Let's check this out. Damn. Anyone was in that? If anyone was there, they are not anymore.
Some assholes just need to be shot. Iran's had this coming.
Hey, look, my generation's tax dollars going to destroy my parents' generation's tax dollars.
Years you've been running your mouth. Time to show you what America's about. Funded rats and hid behind your god. Now you're staring straight at a firing squad. Pack the roads with your copper and your brass. Pave way, bitch, right up your ass. Hit 'em with a left and hit 'em with a right. Let us off the leash, we love to fight. This is vengeance.
One coral reef coming right up.
Epic fury, burn it all and bring the noise. Bring the noise.
I could give Nemo and Dory a place to explore.
Shipped your bombs and hid behind a prayer. Now there's B2s taking shits in your air. Every proxy bitch you ever paid, just watch their daddy get inflated. Beirut barracks and the embassy too. Torpedo first kill since World War II. Hit 'em with a left and hit 'em with a right. Let us off the leash, we love to fight. This is vengeance for the boys. Epic fury, burn it all and bring the noise. Three goat fuckers down. Every last one of you got it coming round. Death to America, that's the shit you sound. Ayatollah 72, virgins and bound. Proxies cut off and your navy is a reef. Here comes Marines to settle the beef.
get fucked up.
What's that? The vegetarian omelet?
Yeah, veggie omelet.
Oh hell yeah, that song was dope. All right, let's see. We saw a lot of these already. Nope, no, I don't want to. All right, here's what we're gonna do.
Make Death Valley look.
All right. How it feels to die in every prehistoric era by Spinosnack. Let's check this out.
If you got dropped into Earth's past at basically any point before right now, you would.
Yeah, it would not be fun. Even like the Middle Ages, it wouldn't be fun because we're so used to so much of a more sterile world than even what existed 200-300 years ago that we would probably get folded up by shit that was just a normal cold to people, several hundred years ago because we're not used to being in such a filthy, disease-ridden environment.
Dead in minutes. Sometimes it's because you can't breathe the air. Sometimes it's because something with too many teeth decides your dinner. And sometimes it's just because the planet is running at a temperature that would make Death Valley look comfortable. We're going to go through every single different prehistoric era. And in each one, we're going to figure out exactly what kills you and what that would actually feel like to go through. Fair warning, it is almost never quick, and it is definitely never pleasant. But on the bright side, you'll learn some stuff about Earth's history, so really, everyone wins. Except for you, obviously, because you'll be dead. Let's start with the Precambrian. So you land on a beach, which sounds nice until you realize the beach is made of black volcanic rocks that are hot enough to cook on. And the sky looks wrong. Not sunset wrong, just wrong. It's this sort of hazy orange-brown that makes you think something went bad in the atmosphere. And you would be right, because basically everything went bad in the atmosphere. You take a breath because that's what humans do, and nothing happens. Your lungs pull in air and then immediately go into panic mode because there's no oxygen in it. Just carbon dioxide and nitrogen.
Yeah, as it turns out, you need plants to make the oxygen, and those won't be around for another couple million years, so you're kind of cooked, buddy.
And some other gases that aren't doing you any favors. It's not that the air is poison exactly, it's just that the air is not food for your lungs, and your body figures this out in about 3 seconds. Now your heart starts doing this thing where it beats faster and faster because it's trying to get oxygen to your brain, except there isn't any oxygen. So really your heart is just working overtime for no reason, which is honestly pretty sad if you think about it. You can't think about it though, because your vision is already going dark around the edges, and you're maybe noticing that
Yeah, you're super cooked.
your skin is starting to feel like it's on fire. That is the sun, by the way, just directly microwaving you with ultraviolet light because the ozone layer doesn't exist yet and won't exist for another billion years or so. The ground is burning your feet through your shoes, the sun is cooking you from above, and your lungs are trying to breathe something that might as well be nothing. 2 minutes is about all you get before your brain shuts off from lack of oxygen, which happens faster than you would think. You would probably fall over at some point. You would fall face first into some bacterial slime that's growing on the rocks, which is the only life on the entire planet right now. Your last sensation is heat and the feeling of suffocating, and then your brain just stops working because it ran out of fuel. There's no one around to care because evolution hasn't invented caring yet. The good news is that in the next era, oxygen exists and you can actually breathe. The bad news is now things are going to come and eat you. So you show up in the Cambrian and immediately your lungs work, which feels incredible after the last disaster. The air has oxygen in it now, about the same amount as today. And for a few seconds, you're just standing there breathing and feeling like maybe this won't be so bad. The temperature is warm, but not kill you warm, more tropical. And you're on this rocky coastline looking out at clear blue water. The land is still basically empty. There's no...
Yeah, the water is a fucking battlefield. Literally, this was like a time when life had just discovered that, hey, if we eat other things, we can get a lot of nutrients. And so everything was just evolving to eat everything else, and it was It was a very violent world.
Trees or grass or anything. It's just bare rock and some dark, crusty stuff that might
under the water, at least.
The algae, but the ocean looks inviting and you are extremely thirsty. You walk into the water because you're thinking maybe you can find something to drink or at least cool off. And the water is bathwater warm and clear enough to see your feet. You're wading out to maybe waist deep when something big moves in the water near you. And this is when you learn the Cambrian Ocean is fully stocked with things that think you look edible. The thing coming at you is called Anomalocaris, which is a name that doesn't really prepare you for what it actually is. It is 3 feet long. It looks like someone tried to make a shrimp but gave up halfway and added horror movie parts instead, with these 2 long arms in front that have spikes all over them. It grabs your leg with those spike arms and immediately you understand that this is not a curious animal. This is a predator that knows what it's doing. In fact, this is the first apex predator. The spikes dig into your calf muscle and the animal twists, trying to pull you under or just hold you still. And its mouth is this circular nightmare of serrated teeth that starts scraping at your leg like it's trying to core an apple. You're trying to kick free, but the barbs on its arms are dug in deep, and the water around you is clouding up with blood because you're bleeding from multiple puncture wounds. Eventually, you either drown because it dragged you under and you can't get back up, or you manage to get away and then die later from infection because that water is full of bacteria and your leg is full of holes. Either way, the ocean has filed you under prey. Maybe land is better. But real quick, if you're sitting here enjoying all these detailed descriptions of how you would die in the prehistoric times, go ahead and hit the like button because apparently we found your thing. Subscribe to if you want more of this content, and follow me on TikTok and Instagram where I post stuff that's somehow too weird even for these types of videos, which should probably concern both of us. Again, maybe land is better. Well, we're moving on to the Devonian and the land has trees now, which is
yeah, now you gotta deal with fucking hawk-sized dragonflies and millipedes the length of a school bus.
Even if they're not normal trees. You're in this humid swamp forest full of giant ferns and weird scale bark trees that look like they're covered in snakeskin, and everything is dripping wet and hot. The good news is that you can breathe fine, and even better news is there's actual fresh water here. Streams and rivers are running through the forest. You've been drinking salt water or nothing for a while now, so when you see a river, you basically run towards it, and this is your first mistake. The river's brown and slow moving. It's warm enough that you can wade right in, and you're thinking you'll drink some water, maybe cool off, because the humidity in this place is genuinely insane. You're knee deep in the water, bending down a drink, when the thing that's been sitting in the deeper part decides that you're interesting. What you're dealing with is Dunkleosteus, which is a fish in the same way a chainsaw is a kitchen tool. It is 20 feet long, covered in armor plating, and instead of teeth, it has these bony blade things that work like scissors, or more accurately, a guillotine. The jaws can bite with about the same force as a T-Rex is going to manage in another 100 million years, which means that those blade jaws can cut through bone without much trouble. You don't see it coming because it's been sitting still in the murky water looking like a rock or a log, and the first you know about it is when the water explodes next to you and something massive clamps around your waist. The pressure is immediate and your ribs are breaking. Multiple ribs are breaking at once, and then the blades are cutting through your skin and muscle and you're being pulled backward into deeper water. There's no fighting this. You're in shock from your chest being crushed and you're probably already dying from internal bleeding. The fish drags you under and thrashes once, which tears you in half. The last thing you process is water flooding your lungs and everything going dark. Your body sinks and the fish eats whatever's left. So water is definitely not the safe option. Well, in the next era, you're staying on dry land the whole time, so maybe this will be better. Well, actually not, because in the Carboniferous, staying on land works for about 15 minutes until you realize land has developed its own problems. The whole planet decided to become a forest. It's just these massive swamps full of trees that look like they're trying too hard, covered in diamond patterns and growing straight up to about 100 feet. Everything is wet and green, and the air feels thick in a way that's hard to describe. It's heavy almost, and there's a reason for that. Oxygen levels hit 35% during this time, which is way higher air than what you're used to. And at first this feels amazing because you can breathe deep and your muscles have all of this extra fuel, and you're thinking maybe this is the first era that doesn't immediately want you dead. But then you notice the bugs. The air is full of dragonflies.
Here we
that have
go with the
2-foot
big
wingspans, and they're not the problem exactly. They're just the warning. The problem is everything else that crawled out of the nightmare factory Earth apparently built during this time. You're walking through the undergrowth trying to find something to eat when you almost step on what looks like a giant millipede, except it's longer than you are tall and thicker than your leg, just sliding through the leaf litter eating dead plants. That one's actually harmless, or at least it's not interested in you, but it's the size that matters because now you understand the rule here, which is that arthropods scale with oxygen, and during this time, oxygen is out of control. But then the scorpion finds you near a pool of standing water, probably because you made too much noise, or it smelled you, or it just got lucky. This thing is about the size of a large dog, shiny black with pincers that open and close while it figures out if you're food or threat. You freeze because you're not stupid, but then it rushes forward faster than you expected and drives its stinger into your calf, and the pain is immediate and spectacular. The venom burns going in, spreading hot and electric up your leg, and within a few minutes that leg stops working because the neurotoxin is shutting down the signals between your brain and your muscles. Your heart starts beating wrong, either too fast or skipping, and breathing becomes this manual thing you have to remind yourself to do. The venom kills you slowly over the next hour through respiratory failure, or maybe you just pass out and then one of the other giant arthropods finds you and decides you're dinner. Bones or receipts either way. Turns out high oxygen has a cost. Cost is that bugs can now kill you. Luckily for you, the next era drops oxygen way down, and somehow that makes everything worse because now the things trying to kill you have lungs that work better than yours do. The Permian is what happens when Earth decides to run a fever. You're standing in a desert that stretches forever, with red sand and rocks baking under a sun that feels personal about it. The air is thin in your lungs because oxygen dropped to 16%. Breathing feels like you're at the top of a mountain, which you're not, you're just in hell's driveway, and your body is not handling it well. Every breath takes effort, and you're not getting enough oxygen even when you're standing still, which is a problem because you need to move or the heat is going to cook you. It's over 100 degrees and there's no shade anywhere. Just open scrubland with some tough plants that look like they're barely hanging on. Water is the main concern, and you manage to find some in a dried up riverbed where a little pool is left over from the last rain that might have been weeks ago. You drink it even though it tastes like minerals and dirt, because the alternative is dying of thirst in the next 6 hours. The second concern is food, and there isn't much, maybe some seeds or a lizard if you can catch one. You're weak from the heat in the thin air, and by the time night comes, you've managed to get a small fire going with some dead brush, mostly because you know what happens to things that don't have fire when the sun goes down. What happens is a pack of Gorgonopsids smells you from about a mile away and decides to investigate. These things are not quite mammals and they're not quite reptiles. They're sitting in this weird middle zone evolution was testing out, and they're about the size of a wolf with heads that look wrong and 2 huge saber teeth coming down from the upper jaw. They hunt in groups and they're smart enough to circle around your fire, staying just outside the light, and you can hear them making these hissing growl sounds while they figure out their approach. One of them rushes in to test your defense and you swing a burning stick at it. It backs off, but now they know you're scared and tired and alone. The alpha, or the boldest one, or just the hungriest, comes in from the side while you're watching the others, hits you from behind and sinks those saber teeth into your shoulder and neck. Teeth are designed to slice through muscle and hit arteries, and they do, and you're bleeding heavily while the rest of the pack comes in to finish the job. They tear into you while you're still trying to process what just happened, and shock takes over before the pain gets too detailed. Your body becomes food for animals that evolution is going to delete in a few million years, which doesn't matter to you because it doesn't help you right now. And if you thought saber-toothed proto-mammals were the ceiling of prehistoric horror, the next era is when someone decided to invent dinosaurs and see what happens. It's the Triassic. Dinosaurs exist now, which sounds like the main problem until you realize that early dinosaurs were actually pretty small. The things you actually need to worry about are the giant land crocodiles that evolution built, but was still figuring out what dinosaurs should even be. The temperature is still hot and dry. Oxygen is slowly climbing back up, but it's not there yet, and you're in this scrubland with scattered trees and a serious need for water. You follow some tracks in the dirt. These are 3-toed prints that might be from an early dinosaur, and 4-legged drag marks that could be anything, and they lead you to a water hole. The water hole is one of those places where every animal has to show up eventually, because water is not optional, and this means predators know how to wait here. You're being careful, looking around before you approach, but what you're looking for is something in the water or something hiding in the brush, and you miss the thing that's lying flat on the rocks about 30 feet away. Plastosuchus is basically a crocodile that decided land was better than water. It's 20 feet long, walking on 4 legs that hold its body up off the ground instead of sprawling out to the sides. It looks armored and ancient and wrong, with a huge head full of teeth that are made for biting through bones. It was lying still enough that you thought it was a log or a rock formation in the distance, and the way you find out you're wrong is when it moves, going from perfectly still to running at you in about a second. These things can sprint when they need to, and you try to run, but you're not winning this race. It hits you from the side, all of that weight and momentum knocking you sideways into the dirt, and then the jaws close on your leg and the pressure is instant. Bones break and the teeth go deep into muscle, and it starts shaking its head side to side, which is it either trying to rip your leg off or just how it naturally kills things. You are screaming and trying to hit it or push it off, and that's when it does the death roll, which is exactly what it sounds like. It spins its whole body with your leg in its mouth, and your knee joint twists and tears, and something in your hip pops. The pain is so big and painful, your brain can't process it all at once. The roll probably kills you through shock and blood loss before the actual eating even starts, and that might be the only good news you get in this entire scenario. The Triassic made crocodiles walk on land and hunt like wolves. This was their legacy, but those are basically baby dinosaurs compared to what's coming, because the next era is where evolution stopped messing around and built some actual monsters. It's the Jurassic, and the forests come back. Real forest this time, with trees that make sense and ferns everywhere, and actual rainfall that doesn't feel like a punishment from God. And for the first time since you started this nightmare tour of Earth's history, you're thinking, maybe for once this could work out. The air has oxygen again, lots of it, enough that breathing feels easy and your muscles aren't screaming at you constantly. There are streams with clean water and the temperature is warm but not murder hot, and you can hear animal sounds in the distance, which means there's food around somewhere. You're walking through this forest that honestly looks pretty nice, past trees that tower overhead and break up the sunlight, and you're so focused on not dying from heat or thirst or thin air that you forget to think about what else lives here. What lives here are sauropods, those long-necked dinosaurs that weigh more than a house, and you see a few of them through the trees just casually eating leaves from the canopy while their feet leave prints in the ground deep enough to hide a person. They don't care about you because you're too small to register as anything, which is almost nice until you realize their tails are swinging around at head height and could cave in your skull by accident. You're giving them space and moving through a clearing when you smell something dead, that thick, rotting meat smell that makes your stomach turn. And there's a half-eaten corpse of some plant eater in the grass ahead with flies swarming it. This is when you learn that Allosaurus doesn't just kill and eat on the spot. It leaves food for later and it comes back to it. And right now it's coming back. 3 of them actually, because they hunt in groups when the food is big enough to share. Each one is about 30 feet long, walking on 2 legs with tiny arms that don't seem useful and a head that's all jaw and teeth. They spot you immediately because their eyes are on the front of their heads and they're built for tracking movement. And you're moving because you're backing away slowly while your brain tries to decide if running would help you. It wouldn't. They're faster than you and they know it. And when one of them breaks into a run, the other 2 follow because pack tactics are in the job description. You try anyway because standing still while a dinosaur sprints at you just feels wrong. And you maybe make it 50 feet before the lead predator catches up and hits you from behind with its head, knocking you flat. The weight of it pins you down, 1 foot on your back, pressing you into the dirt, and then it bites down on your neck and shoulder, and the teeth go deep enough to crack your collarbone and sever whatever arteries are trying to keep you alive. The other 2 move in to feed while you're still technically alive, and shock does you the favor of cutting off most of the pain before your brain realizes what's happening to the rest of you. That's the Jurassic. Pretty forests, giant animals, and a food chain that you do not rank high on. But those dinosaurs are practically the prototype versions, because the next era is when evolution spent another 80 million years upgrading them into something worse. Cretaceous Earth looks almost normal if you don't think about it too hard, with actual flowers growing on plants and forests that have leaves that you might recognize if you squint hard enough. Oxygen is up around 30% again, which your body loves, and the climate is warm but stable enough that you're not immediately dying from exposure. You're thinking this might be the first era finally where survival is possible for more than a day, but at least the wrongness takes a few hours to find you. There are dinosaurs everywhere now, every size and type, from duck-billed herds moving through meadows to armored tanks with tails that could break your spine if you got too close. It's loud out here. Animal calls are echoing through the trees, and the noise gives you something to track and avoid. The problem is that the predators here are better at this than you are at hiding. You're near a river trying to catch fish or find something edible, staying low and quiet, when you notice the birds go silent and the smaller animals stop moving. That's your only warning before a pack of dromaeosaurs come out of the undergrowth. 6 of them spread out in half a circle, each one about the size of a human but built entirely for killing things. They have these giant claws on their back feet that are hooked and sharp, and their eyes are focused forward with the kind of intelligence that makes you understand that these things are thinking through their attack. One of them makes a clicking sound and the others respond, and they're communicating tactics, which is deeply unfair for you. You grab a stick because that's all you have, and the pack tests you by having one dart in and out while the others watch how you react. You swing and miss, and they learn from that. The next time 2 come at you from different angles. You turn to face one and the other one hits you from behind, jumping onto your back and sinking that giant toe claw into your side while its hand claws grab for the kill. The pain is immediate and sharp, and you're trying to throw it off when another one lunges for your leg and opens a gash from knee to ankle. They're working you down, taking turns slashing and retreating, and you're bleeding from multiple cuts before one of them decides to end it and goes for your throat. The claw hits your cardioid and the blood pressure drops fast enough that your vision goes dark before you can process anything else. Your body drops and the pack feeds. And somewhere in the trees, a Tyrannosaurus smells blood and starts moving this direction to see if there's anything worth stealing. The Cretaceous refined hunting into a team sport, and you were the ball. Eventually, an asteroid shows up and fixes the whole dinosaur everywhere problem, but that takes another 15 million years. For now, this is the worst Earth has ever been at keeping humans alive, which is saying something given where we started. Now let's move on to the Paleogene. The dinosaurs are gone when you show up here, which sounds great until you see what replaced them. You're in a tropical jungle that makes the previous forest look like parking lots. Everything is dripping and hot and so humid that you can barely see 20 feet through the mist. The temperature hovers around 90 degrees all day and doesn't drop much at night, and the air is thick with moisture and the smell of rotting plants and something else that you can't place. There are mammals now, weird ones, and birds that walk on the ground because flight apparently seemed optional to them. The good news is that there's water everywhere and fruit actually exists for the first time in your entire journey through prehistory. Actual edible fruit hanging from trees that you can eat without cooking or praying it doesn't poison you. The bad news is that every mosquito bite you're getting carries something your immune system has never seen. Every cut is getting infected in the humidity, and your body is fighting battles on multiple fronts against microbes that have had millions of years to perfect their strategies. You've been here 3 days and you have a fever that comes and goes. Your lymph nodes are swollen and you're pretty sure something laid eggs under your skin because there's itching in places that shouldn't itch. But you're still moving and eating and drinking, which is better than most eras have managed. So you're still counting this as a partial win. The thing that ends you is a terror bird, which is evolution's answer to the question, what if we made a predator out of a chicken but made it metal? This chicken stands about 6 feet tall. It can't fly, and it has a beak that's designed to crack skulls open and tear meat. It's been tracking you for the last hour because you're feverish and moving slow and making mistakes. And when it decides that you're weak enough, it just walks out of the brush and comes at you directly because it doesn't need to be sneaky. You try to run, but your infected leg isn't working right and you stumble, and the bird is on you in seconds. The beak hits the back of your head first, crushing through skull bone with a sound that you hear from inside your own head. And that's probably the blow that kills you, even though the bird keeps hitting you a few more times to make sure. It starts eating before you've completely stopped moving, which is standard procedure for predators and deeply uncomfortable for you for about 10 seconds before your brain stops keeping track. Paleogene has flowers and fruit and mammals that that are almost familiar. But the microbes here are the real predators, and they've been working on you since day one. The bird just finished what the bacteria started. We're getting close to the present now, which should mean that things are finally getting safer. But that is wrong. They are not getting safer. We now land in the Quaternary. The cold hits you before you even open your eyes. It's the kind of cold that makes your chest hurt when you breathe and your fingers go numb at about 30 seconds. You're in the Ice Age now, 50,000 years ago. And the first thing you notice is that you can see your breath, and the second thing is that you're standing on frozen grass in the middle of a plain that goes on forever. The sky is gray and low. The sun is weak even at midday, and there's a wall of ice on the northern horizon that's just the edge of a glacier covering half of Europe. This is the closest you've gotten to your own time. Close enough that the air feels right and the land looks almost normal. And you're gonna die here anyway, because the temperature is sitting at about 20 degrees and you don't have the right clothes for this. Hypothermia works faster than you would think, especially when you're already tired from the 9 previous eras of getting murdered by nature. Your body starts pulling blood away from your extremities to keep your core warm, which means your fingers and toes stop working right and turn blue, and you're shivering hard enough that it's difficult to walk straight. You need fire and shelter immediately. You manage fire because you've gotten good at that by now. You've had lots of times to practice that skill by scraping a spark onto some dry grass and nursing it into something that puts out heat. The shelter is harder because there's no cave nearby, and building something out of frozen dirt and dead grass is not gonna go well. Night comes early this far north, and it drops under 20 degrees. Your fire is the only thing keeping you from freezing alive. What you don't know is that smoke and firelight travel far in this empty landscape, and every predator within a few miles can see exactly where you are. Cave hyenas hunt in packs here, and they're bigger than modern ones and meaner. And they've learned that fire usually means food, because the things that make fire are also made of meat. You hear them before they see you. You hear that whooping laugh sound they make while communicating, and then you see the eyes reflecting your firelight. 6 or 7 of them are forming a circle just outside the warm zone. You throw sticks and yell and try to make yourself bigger, which works for a while because they're cautious about the fire, but you're also exhausted and freezing and starting to make mistakes. One of them rushes in to test you and you don't react fast enough, and it grabs your ankle and pulls you away from the flames before you can stop it. The others move in once you're down. The pack tactics are efficient and brutal. They go for your legs first to keep you from running, then your arms when you try to fight, and one clamps onto your throat and holds while you're trying to breathe through the blood. The cold helps a little because shock sets in faster when your body temperature is already dropping, and you're unconscious before they start feeding on their dinner. Your bones get scattered across the steppe and covered by snow, and in the spring, some early humans might find a few pieces and wonder what happened here, but probably not, because death was common and bodies were everywhere. They would just think you were another person during this time that suffered the brutal fate they all worried about. You made it to within 50,000 years of home, close enough to almost see it. And the Ice Age killed you the same way it killed plenty of actual humans who were better prepared and had groups to help them survive. The ecosystem did not approve of humans doing a solo attempt. So here is what we've learned. Across 4 billion years of Earth's history, there's maybe a 10,000 year window where a human can exist without the planet immediately trying to end them. And you're living in it right now. Every other era we covered had at least one thing that was completely incompatible with human survival, whether that was unbreathable air, or water full of giant predators, or bugs the size of your couch, or just cold that treated your body like a freezer treats its meat. The dinosaurs had 150 million years to run this place, and they built an ecosystem where everything was either gigantic or venomous, or sometimes both. And even after they left, the replacements were somehow worse, just in smaller packages. Nature spent billions of years testing different ways to kill things, and it got very good at it. The fact that you can walk outside right now without suffocating or getting eaten or frozen to death is basically a statistical accident. It's a narrow slice of time where the temperature was just right enough and the oxygen levels are just right enough, and the predators have learned that attacking humans brings consequences just the right amount of times. Every era before this was some version of a death trap, just with different specific scientific methods for killing you. And the only lesson here is that time travel is a terrible idea, and you should appreciate the boring normal present while you're allowed to just exist. Thanks for watching me talk about the horrible ways to die in prehistory. If you want more videos just like this, let me know down in the comments below, and comment which era you think would be the most interesting to try and survive in. I'd love to know your thoughts. Make sure to also subscribe to the channel, post notifications so you don't miss out on any of our future uploads, and if you want to watch another one of our videos, you can click the one that's on the screen right now.
There's been a serious problem arising on the internet, and it's known as the UNC problem. Okay, I just made that shit up.
Alright, the internet's UNC problem by the Duck.
There's been a serious problem arising on the internet, and it's known as the UNC problem. Okay, I just made that shit up. The internet's perception of what's old and what's not is completely warped. I get it, the years are passing, I'm getting a little bit older, but that doesn't mean I'm a fossil. But it's starting to get a little bit concerning because people think things that I grew up with are old as shit. That's when the reality set in for me. There was a whole video about the Nintendo DS, how people used to hide that shit underneath their pillow, and the TikTok search was dead ass.
Oh my god.
What is a DS? This was like a couple years ago, so that's when that feeling really hit me. But if somebody who's 40 stumbles upon this video, this is gonna be a complete shock to them that people in their 20s think they're old. And to be fair, my For You page isn't helping me. I keep seeing videos about how it feels texting someone over the age of 20. Wow, I see how it is now. That's all good. Sorry. Do you think all people over the age of 20 are going to respond with, "Why are you crying?" When I kept seeing this over and over and over again this year, the reality just sunk in. It became a trend to call me old as f***. So that's why you see all these people in their 20s claiming that they're old, saying that they're pushing 30, they're UNC, they're 22 teen. Okay.
What's that mean? I'm pushing 40.
Now, obviously, I'm not going to be mad if someone calls me young. I'll just laugh it off. But I just want to know what happened within the span of a few years. Because I was just getting called a baby a few years ago. And now I'm even in college classes getting called UNC. And now even people way younger than me are getting called UNC. At that point, UNC has really lost its meaning. Like, dog, how are people getting called UNC for being born in 2009? Constantly being called old and telling me I'm a grown-ass man or whatever has me a little too hyper aware of my aging. I don't think anybody watching this wants to age like Milk. Who does? And that's why this type of content started going really viral. Anti-aging content. What I mean by anti-aging content is people will make content around slowing or preventing signs of getting older. Now, I get taking care of yourself and self-care, so I see why some of these videos exist. But obsessing about your looks too much can be a problem. There's really a line that should not be crossed with some anti-aging content. Sometimes people will do anything and call it sauce or a method to looking younger. For example, looks maxers. That's all I gotta say. Just
oh god, those fucking idiots.
looks maxers. Some people in that community do insane things.
Like hitting themselves in the face with a hammer.
Just to improve their looks. Or you'll also have podcast dudes just taking this shit to another level. I saw this one dude who probably could have been rage baiting, maybe, but he said he literally lets his balls cook in the sun because he believes his tea is gonna go through the roof. Like, yo, what are we talking about, man? They're just giving microphones to anybody. And you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I fear aging like Milk. I'm in the same boat. There's some parts about aging that I have a fear of. I could tell this shit at the campfire, and the mere sound of this word will have people scared. Balding. And
yeah,
anti-aging videos about balding really make me think the turkey flight's coming sooner than later. Anytime my hair
damn
takes a slight creep back, I'm in panic mode. And sadly, it's inevitable for some people. One day, I may have the Vegeta lineup. And I understand why people consume anti-aging content. But sometimes it just amplifies my fear even more. Some people really just exaggerate it to no end. They'll say if your hairline creeps back a nanometer, you're cooked. So it has me checking my hairline in the mirror pretty much every day. And one day, I can't sit there and cope if I lift up the hair, check the lineup, and there's a bite mark taken out of it. I can't say, yeah, it's just maturing now. And last year, I was experiencing a little too much hair loss for comfort. I had an annoying scalp issue at one point, and seeing videos constantly about aging, hair loss, and receding hairlines, it just made me stress about my scalp way more than I should have. I kept seeing people online recommend different oils, shampoos, but none of it was solving my problem. Eventually, I just said, yeah, I'd rather find a medical professional. But the process of searching and calling felt like too much work. And that's where ZocDoc, the sponsor of today's video, comes in. ZocDoc makes it way easier to find and book a doctor by letting you search and compare local in-network doctors. They have more than 150,000 providers within 200 plus specialties across all 50 states. This definitely would have saved me from going down a million different internet rabbit holes trying to figure it out myself. On ZocDoc, you can see actual appointment openings and instantly book a visit without having to go through a long and grueling call. Personally, that's one reason I put off booking appointments for so long. It just felt like a side quest, and I would always put it off. But with ZocDoc, taking care of your health just got easier. So head to ZocDoc.com/theduck, linked in the description or the pinned comment, to get started and check that appointment off your to-do list. Grown man, by the way, or grown man doing blank. This is a part of the early adulthood starter pack, especially on the internet. Now look, there's some stuff that you shouldn't be doing when you're grown, like having a meltdown in public, making a whole scene because you didn't
I remember that.
get something you wanted. Yeah, you're too grown for that. But people will use this for anything and everything, to the point where grown man, by the way, has lost its meaning. People will ridicule any activity that you do once you're grown and just say you're a grown man, by the way. Grown man eating ice cream, grown man going to the movies, grown man enjoying a calm day at the park, hit the oil rig instead. But one activity I've been seeing get slandered a lot for doing when you're grown is playing video games. Why can't I hop on the game for a few hours? What is the issue? If I got some free time, I'm gonna use it. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I used to be a hardcore gamer. I would spend too much time on the game, I would think. But I've seen the take, you shouldn't be playing video games past this age. I've seen 18 years old, but recently I've seen one that said 15 years old, you can't be playing video games, or else, get this, guys.
You're a complete loser. If you're older than the age of 15 and you're still playing video games, you're a complete loser.
Holy shit, nah, the king throat, man, you're right. I need to wrap it up. But nah, the weather, the gas, you know what? I should be talking about that instead of playing video games. Then I gotta live in an all beige house and just be boring. But seriously, people act like you gotta be a boring sack of shit once you're grown. Why do people expect me to just suddenly turn into a workaholic? I don't know where this came from, but like, do you expect people once they turn 15 years old to just drop every single hobby they have and just lock in? Like, what's the problem with having fun as a grown man? Obviously, things need to be prioritized, but indulging in hobbies for a little bit isn't gonna hurt you.
You should only be playing fucking video games above the age of 15 if you're rich and you got your life together.
And I don't know why he's acting like you have to unlock the privilege to play video games. Or whatever he said, be rich and quote-unquote have your life together. Whatever that means. It's the same shit as Netflix, watching YouTube.
Homie probably rocking a fake ass chain.
Doom scrolling TikTok. It's just another pastime. And obviously, growing up, it's going to be different playing video games because you have things to prioritize. Like, you're gonna have work in the morning, or you got shit to do. You got a Canvas assignment due at 11:59. But if we're talking about someone like more middle-aged, then you might have a whole family to take care of. But if you got some free time, who cares? Because you have shit to do, that doesn't mean you can't play at all. You just gotta manage your time. And then he ends the video off by saying, get some money, dork.
You're failing, you're a loser, put the joystick down and get some money, dork.
What a cold ending. I guess he thought he was about to be in it. I don't know what got him so mad about video games. Did he lose a ranked match? He definitely like dropped an elo or something. I don't know why people set age limits and expectations on things either. Because like I was mentioning earlier, I guess grown men can't have fun anymore. I swear, as soon as somebody sees you grown as hell having fun, someone will sit there and comment, yo, you got work tomorrow, Unc, set that alarm. Like, bro, what? If I got something like this thrown at me, I would feel like I can't have shit. Let's say I'm having fun reacting to like an album or something. I'm really feeling that shit. It's like a perfect 10 out of 10 album. I'm going crazy. Not a single skip. I'm getting excited. People sit there and be like, yo, you're too grown to be glazing like this. Okay, yeah, if I were to do some crazy shit, fair enough. But I've seen people get clowned for getting too excited, quote unquote, as a grown man. Someone would say, grown man getting all excited for a game. Clock in tomorrow. And I hate this mindset that you just can't have fun when you're grown, because people will
Yeah, that's
genuinely
stupid.
sit there and call you a bum. When you have fun, go out with friends. Why is it suddenly, once you're grown, you have to be locked in, hitting the oil rig 24/7? And also, people just expect you to have your life together once you enter adulthood. The expectations in the modern day for becoming an adult is insane. I get it, some generations were early to having kids and a house and a white picket fence. Everybody just sets these random ass expectations and deadlines of adulthood. For example, some people expect you to move out insanely fast.
If that's your permanent living arrangement, you need to grow the fuck up.
So we're clear, he's saying 25 years old, which I get it, we all know the mom's basement stigma. But as long as you're working hard, you're not being a bum all day and sitting in the basement, who cares?
Right? You need to get a life, get out there, get a roommate if you need.
Apparently, I guess I don't have a life. You know, I would like to be moved out by a certain age, but it's not that deep if I can. To the point where I have to, quote unquote, get a life? And there's also other expectations and norms even before 25. Like you gotta graduate college at a certain age. Why am I seeing a video of DDG saying you shouldn't be on a college campus at 22, 23? That's like a year off from when people typically graduate.
22? Why the fuck are you at a college campus? Stop thinking because y'all 22, 23.
Well, couple weeks. Sorry, DDG. But yeah, guys, sorry. I just gotta walk away now because DDG said I was too old. You know, although I'm right there, DDG, man. He said his words. Gotta walk away now. But some people stay back for athletics. They take some time off. They change their major. There's so many circumstances that life could hit you with. Some people go to college even later than that in life. Everybody's path is different. That doesn't mean the duck is behind because he didn't graduate college.
I'm way ahead of y'all. Y'all right behind me, bro. Few more years and your insurance gonna go down. Stop acting like you young in your brain.
Why, DDG? I was your biggest fan. I could name 5 songs. Gun to the back of my head and everything. Okay, no, I would be shot in broad daylight. Never mind. But seriously, though, all right, all joking aside, what is the rush? Like, I get it, DDG, you have crazy motion. Like, good shit, but I don't know why you care so much what age people are at college. I don't know what it is about this obsession with age and accomplishment. Of course, there is no rush to accomplishing anything. And you know, that's great that people find their passion early on and they accomplish a lot of things really young. And you know, it goes viral on social media because, well, that's a crazy ass achievement. So people think they have to have like 15 Lamborghinis by 18 or else their life is over. And now because of this, some people blow up in their mid to late 20s or get a crazy achievement. And people will say, damn, you're late, Unk. Prime's already over. Wrap it up. That doesn't mean it's over because you didn't make it at a really young age. It just doesn't make sense. But yeah, seeing all that, it is definitely easy to feel behind in life. But the reality is just staying focused on your own path will get you way further than worrying about what other people are doing. Obviously, you could still view and see what other people are doing, but don't let it consume you or make it feel like your life's over. To all the people that aren't quote-unquote old yet, one day you'll know. You'll get that feeling. But yeah, that's gonna do it. Watch this video right here on the end screen. Go, now, run.
Imagine you find yourself in the 1800s.
All right. I will be back in a minute. I gotta go to the bathroom. Prehistoric animals preserved so well they look like roadkill by Extinct Zoo. Let's check it out.
Imagine you find yourself in the 1800s, and you're no longer whoever you are, but instead an early paleontologist who has just stumbled upon a giant lower jaw and some ferocious looking teeth. And lo and behold, it's a dinosaur. But you don't know that at the time, as it is the 1800s after all, and the only thing you have to fill in the missing pieces is some guesswork and a smidge of imagination, something which was used quite a bit in the early days. But to be honest, really any time badly preserved and highly fragmented remains are found, it requires a lot of filling in the blanks. However, once in a while, scientists will come across a specimen so complete, so well preserved, that there really isn't much guessing left for them to do. It's just all there. And to me, these kind of specimens represent just about as close to time travel as we can get, giving us an amazing sense for what these prehistoric animals look like. And I always find that the older the specimen, the more wondrous it is, as it essentially unlocks a glimpse into a time in Earth's history that was once thought inaccessible. And a pretty good example of this has to do with the troglodyte. Trilobite. You've probably heard of these guys at least once before, or at least should have, as they used to be among the most successful early life on the planet, being a form of arthropod that yielded at least 22,000 known species. So in other words, more species than freaking birds. And thanks to this diversity, trilobites greatly differed in sizes, location of residence, and traits, with some having been predators, others scavengers, others filter feeders, and even some others who were planktivores. And it's believed that this group first appeared during the early Cambrian period about 521 million years ago, which also makes them closer to 1 billion years old than 0, which is pretty crazy. And back then, not even a map of the world would have shared any similarities with the present. So it's kind of remarkable that we even know that trilobites existed, and yet at the same time, we do not only know this, but also what some of them looked like exactly. As one remarkable discovery from Morocco revealed, a trove of trilobites that might as well have died yesterday, not 500 million years ago. Now, I am sure many of you are familiar with the story of Pompeii, a tragic event where a volcanic eruption devastated and buried the Roman city of, well, Pompeii, which not only killed thousands, but also, quote-unquote, nicely preserved some of the more unfortunate victims that were encapsulated in a pyroclastic flow. And this story is relevant because it's believed that 500 million years ago, something pretty much identical occurred, as along the coast of Morocco, a giant volcano violently erupted, sending molten lava and heated gas surging into the surrounding ocean, whereupon it interrupted a group of trilobites just minding their own business. And interrupting is really the understatement of the century, as they got hit so hard, so fast, by the volcanic material, that they essentially became frozen in time, retaining the impression of their soft tissue and being preserved in full 3D, which is an extreme rarity among trilobites, who are usually preserved flat and smushed. Thus, this 3D element has basically given us models of trilobites that we can touch, feel, and look up and down, whereas 2D specimens are admittedly a bit less immersive. Additionally, the flow that smacked these trilobites did so with so much force that it literally shoved hot piping volcanic sludge down their throats. Unpleasant, to say the least, but rather beneficial for us, as what this did was completely sketch their digestive tracts, which is the first for this group, and even led to the discovery of brand new trilobite features, including a labrum attached to a hypostome, a slit-like mouth, and a pair of specialized appendages, which were positioned right next to the trilobite's mouth, probably being designed to have aided in moving food into their waiting orifices. And in another first, it wasn't just the trilobites that were preserved by the volcano, but also what was on their shells, seeing that tiny animals, specifically Cambrian brachiopods, were found attached on their outer surfaces and legs by using their own soft tissue stalks to root themselves into the trilobites. So, a pretty neat find overall, and the feats of trilobites don't even end here, as we have plenty of other amazing fossils that come from them. Notably, 2 specimens belonging to the species Triarthurus aotanki were found not only 100% complete, but also in pristine state, thanks to their unique burial conditions. You see, this type of trilobite existed during the Upper Ordovician and lived in various different locations, but in Beecher's trilobite bed of New York, they experienced life or death a bit differently than others of their kind, as here, ancient mud flows were frequent that were highly rich in iron pyrite. And as it so happens, this stuff is pretty good for preservation, and thus leading to our 2 perfectly preserved specimens. Pretty metal, and I mean that literally, no pun intended. And thanks to this quote-unquote solution, not only are the 2 trilobites fully complete, but it has also preserved their gills, antennae, eggs, digestive systems, and their legs in walking position, all finds that alone would be extremely rare, let alone finding them all together, which is simply mind-blowing. It does probably also help by the sheer fact of how many different species of trilobites and hence trilobites in general, existed throughout the years. However, with that said, you don't need 20,000 plus species to produce some amazing specimens. I mean, just ask the Lystrosaurus, an animal that gets crazier and crazier the more I research it. These little to medium-sized Dicynodonts were once Earth's most successful creatures, and a rather unlikely ruler of early Triassic Pangaea. Now, they sure as heck weren't as diverse as trilobites, but they did have a respectable range across the globe, and were quite capable creatures, with this being so nicely demonstrated by the fact that in certain locations, they accounted for over 95% of all life, something we usually don't see. In fact, it's never been seen before or since. Yet, as it turns out, this is just one interesting tidbit about Lystrosaurus, as they're seemingly great at fossilizing as well, because as of now, it is a Lystrosaurus individual that holds the title for the oldest mummy of all time, and the competition isn't even close. In 2022, researchers stumbled upon a Lystrosaurus body unlike anything they've seen before, which dated back to 250 million years ago, but was remarkably well preserved. I mean, I've seen roadkill in worse shape. And this discovery was made in the southern Karoo Basin of South Africa, which today is a semi-arid desert. So not pleasant, but a lush paradise compared to how it was during the early Triassic, with sweltering temps and extreme droughts being very common realities at this point. And it's thought that our specimen in question actually exists thanks to these harsh conditions, with the current hypothesis being that the unfortunate Dicynodont was caught out during a severe drought, which caused it to die, wither, and then, taking a page from the Egyptians, to mummify. And it was this process that allowed for not only the wrapping, but also the texture of its skin to be preserved, despite of course the immense age of the actual specimen. And this also helped reveal some pretty interesting things, namely that despite being neither a reptile nor mammal, the Lystrosaurus had skin more like the hide of a rhino or hippo rather than the scales of dinosaurs or reptiles, with other observations being that Lystrosaurus was also hairless and dimpled. And just when you thought this find couldn't be any more special, it turns out that this specimen was not alone, as around it the team discovered 7 more additional bodies, all of which were in great shape, with one of the others even being a mummy as well. And the fact they died together as a group has also led to its own revelation, which is, while Lystrosaurus clearly survived the Permian extinction event and became the Earth's most successful animal of all time, things were by no means easy for them, with these droughts likely being major causes of die-off amongst the genus, with some even attributing the conditions of the early Triassic to their eventual downfall. Now, these mummies, plus the trilobites I talked about, are often considered ultra-preserved because, among other things, they've retained most, if not all, of their entire bodies. Although, with that said, you don't need to have everything to count as well preserved. Sometimes all you need is just one piece of you to age well, very well, which is perhaps best demonstrated by what I would consider to be the craziest pliosaur discovery yet, and a specimen which really drives home just how scary some prehistoric animals were. And can you think of a place where such a crazy animal might be unearthed? Well, if you're thinking Australia, that's a good guess, but you're wrong, because this discovery was actually made in the UK, not perhaps a place you'd expect, as today, the island is known for its typically cold, rainy weather, and a distinct lack of scary animals, when not including humans that is. But millions of years ago, during the Jurassic period, it couldn't have been more the opposite, with tropical lush islands being the name of the game, while warm shallow seas surrounded them, birthing untold amounts of life, including unspeakable predators like the giant hypercarnivorous pliosaurs, who in that time reigned supreme. And in 2022, a remarkable discovery reminded us just of that fact, and of its power, as the team uncovered a massive skull from quite the unusual location, as it was suspended in the face of a cliff. And could you imagine seeing that one peeking over the edge? Almost scarier than the heights itself. And this skull, of course, belonged to none other than a pliosaur, which was a very easy thing for the researchers to tell, as the head was immaculate, being so well preserved that it's touted not only as the best preserved skull of a plesiosaur, but also that of any marine reptile from this period. It also comes in at a whopping 2 meters or 6 feet long, making it also one of the longest pliosaur skulls ever found, and the individual it belonged to likely would have been more than 10 meters or 33 feet long, and weighed multiple tons. Now, the entire head was there and complete, but what was really striking to the paleontologist, and the rest of the world, were its teeth, which I think are better just referred to as chewing knives, because despite being 150 million years old, they are so well preserved that you could still easily slice your hand on them. And you can also clearly make out multiple of their features, including distinct serrations, cutting edges, and grooves, which allowed the Pliosaurus to kill in a pretty gruesome way, as those ridges on the grooves were actually designed to unstick the teeth after they had sunken into flesh, which also means that it wasn't limited to one devastating bite, but rather multiple devastating fast attacks that incurred catastrophic blood loss, limb removal, and death. So certainly a dire situation for its prey, which would not have been helped by the fact that tests in the skull revealed a bite force that was 2 times greater than that of a large saltwater crocodile. Yeah, ouch. And even looking past the teeth, we can see more amazing preservation that demonstrates the Pliosaurus lethality. Namely, that a CT scan revealed its sensory pits remained intact, showcasing how they would have been connected to a multitude of vessels or nerves in life that would have let the Pliosaur detect pressure changes in the water, a helpful tool whilst tracking down animals in muddy and murky areas. But keep your fingers crossed, because while we do remain waiting right now, scientists who worked on the site are adamant that the rest of the Pliosaur skeleton is still somewhere in that cliff as well. So yeah, my fingers are basically about to lose blood flow at this point. Okay, so far I've told you about specific specimens, but what if I told you there is a whole freaking site which is famous precisely because everything in it is so well preserved? Let me introduce you to Lagerstätten. Try spelling that. Now, this isn't the name of some fossil formation, but rather a type of sedimentary deposit that is unusual for its high level of preservation, thought to be caused by certain areas having been anoxic, and thus there would have been minimal bacteria, which meant less decaying of dead animals. And so far, across the world, numerous Lagerstätten formations are known, and they span nearly every geological period. However, amongst the legions, there is one that sticks out the most, and is arguably the most famous, plus impressive. For it's among the oldest known Lagerstätten, and still beats even the youngest when it comes to quality, made all the more crazy by the fact that most of it is soft-tissued organisms. This is the Burgess Shale, from the Canadian Rockies in British Columbia. Like the trilobites earlier, this place represents Earth over 500 million years ago, 508 million to be precise. And unlike any other Lagerstätten, its preservation style is so unique that it even has its own name, Burgess-type deposit, and has the highest propensity for soft-bodied organisms to be preserved that we know of, including many of the Cambrian's most funky creations, almost making this place feel more like a portal to an alien planet than a trip to the past. With some of the more cool specimens including the first complete Anomalocaris, a nice imprint of the strange Panarthropoda Hallucigenia, and a pristine Otoia, a strange enigmatic worm-like creature that kinda seems like it came straight out of a horror movie, with the level of its preservation allowing us to be uncomfortably familiar with how it would have looked like. As in the shale, it's even retained the circular indents all around the body, as well as its unsettling proboscis, plus fuzzy head. But when I say fuzzy, I don't mean hair, more like fuzzy flesh-like protrusions. Yum. Now, these are the most well-known specimens, but of course there were other finds too, and the list is very long, so I selected some of the more impressive ones, in my opinion, which consists of the worm-like Amisquia and its fins, gut trace and full body, and then we have the full body, the armored slug-like Weewoxia, as well as the worm-like precursor of arthropods, Aeschea, with its limbs and gut trace. Moving down the line, we also see a bivalved arthropod and its pincers, the primitive arthropod, Burgessia, along with the outline of its actual stomach that was kidney-shaped, and the Stanleycaris, who in one case had its whole head and brain. Yeah, brain. So suffice to say, this is a pretty cool place, and it would take a long time to touch on everything that's been found. So just take note that across the many specimens and creatures, it's routine for researchers to find fossilized exoskeletons, outlines of muscles and growths, plus the actual gut contents of the creatures. Truly amazing stuff, with often the best preserved Cambrian discoveries actually coming from here. However, Lagerstätten isn't the only kind of fossilization that tends to hold up well, with another process coming straight from the pages of Jurassic Park. And I'm talking about amber, of course. It has given us some remarkable specimens, including an ancient flea with a plague still inside it, a Cretaceous spider caught mid-attack on a wasp, a whole freaking salamander, and what are undoubtedly the best preserved arthropods ever, which date to 230 million years ago, during the Triassic. But as cool as these are, I don't think they outcool another immense example of amber preservation that 100% deserves a shoutout of its own, as to me it represents the full power of amber, as well as my childhood Jurassic Park dreams. And this fossil is a contender for the best preserved dinosaur ever, as I'm talking about a dino that got stuck in tree goop. Now, dinosaurs as a whole aren't probably what you'd expect to find trapped in amber, rather the mosquitoes that bit them, am I right? And yet, one unfortunate dinosaur was very much trapped inside it, or rather, a piece of it. As in 2015, an amber collector found a strange piece within a mine that seemed to him to contain a plant inside. And so he polished the specimen to jewelry level and then took it off to a market to be sold. But, and thankfully, before he got there, he decided to have a scientist take one last peek at it, given its strange nature. And what a great decision that was, as after analysis, it was determined not to be plant material, but rather animal material, and dinosaur at that. Now, this was obviously big news, because it's not every day you find ancient life in amber, let alone an ancient dinosaur. And this is arguably the best preserved piece of dinosaur ever, seeing that the bones, muscle, skin, and of course the feathers, were all preserved nigh exactly as they would be in life. Which again, is seriously impressive considering that the dinosaur in question is believed to have been about 99 million years old. And get this, the owner of the fossil? Not an avian dinosaur. In other words, not a bird, but rather a non-avian theropod, just like the T-Rex, which in this case is believed to be a Coelurosaur, to be exact. In other words, while we don't know the exact specifics, we do know that it was a part of the clade which contained all theropods more closely related to birds than carnosaurs. And we know it definitely wasn't a bird because the vertebrae in the tail were not fused into a rod or pygostyle, as it is seen in modern day birds. And because of this, the tail turned out to be highly flexible and long, while keels of feathers ran down along both sides of it. Miraculously, another observation was made as well, which was about the color, as that too had been preserved, with it having been chestnut brown on top and white on the bottom. And along with the fact that all the meaty parts are preserved, it basically means that you're looking at a real dinosaur tail in all of its glory. So, now you can say that. And maybe you could have said that before if you see my other video on amber, in which I talked about this as well. Another crazy thing about this specimen was that even the quote-unquote liquid, or what had been the liquid, was still inside the dinosaur, and studies on it revealed the presence of ferrous iron, meaning we got dino blood. Though, don't get your hopes too high, because on the molecular level, the sample really ain't worth much as far as Jurassic Parking the creature goes. But it is an important find, as it implies the dinosaur was probably still alive when it got trapped by amber, making this also the first and only known case of non-avian dino death by amber. What a way to go. Now, you may be asking yourself, how does the dino get stuck in the first place? And the answer to that has to do with its size, as this Coelurosaur was definitely a little guy, being a juvenile, and it's estimated to have been no bigger than a modern day sparrow. Funny how small things can change the world. And eventually paleontologists even learned something new about the evolution of birds thanks to this specimen, as its feathers lacked a shaft known as the rachis, which is found in modern avians. Meanwhile, it did possess barbs, meaning that barbs evolved before the rachis did. Neat stuff. And if you want to learn more about crazy dinosaur specimens, I suggest you check out my video where I did a whole segment on dinosaur mummies, which are pretty gnarly themselves. Anyways, it's pretty obvious that amber is remarkable at preserving things, as was lagerstätten. But in some ways, they are both actually beaten by something that does have an unfair advantage: permafrost. This is essentially soil or any underground sediment that has been below freezing for at least 2 years. Now, 2 years isn't exactly ancient, but some of this stuff can be much older, with the oldest known permafrost being about 700,000 years old. And in the older frost, scientists have hauled up some pretty crazy things, including the best preserved specimens from the Ice Age. And what from this period was the most iconic animal? Well, you should be saying the woolly mammoth, and thus it should come as no surprise that it's from the permafrost that the best preserved mammoth has ever been unearthed, a specimen dubbed Yucca. Now, before I get into this, let me just clarify something, as you might think I'm starting to stray from the whole fossilized business. But keep in mind, a fossil is any trace of prehistoric life that is over 10,000 years old, and thankfully Yucca passes this requirement with flying colors, as after it was discovered in Siberia in 2010, it was deduced to have been a 39,000-year-old juvenile, placing it in the Upper Paleolithic. But based off of appearances alone, it could have come from just a few hundred years ago, or even less, because Yucca was in amazing condition, having been mummified by the freezing permafrost that ended up preserving her entire body, fur and all. And because of this, we now even have things like a scan of her actual brain, which confirmed that mammoths had typical elephantidae structure, but in Yucca's case lost about 55% of its original volume through the mummification process. And obviously, it's not every day you get your hands on a mammoth brain, and as of now, it's the only intact one ever located. And due to how well Yucca held, we also know that mammoth calves were a blondish red in color, and researchers were even able to extract blood from her body, which was, by the way, liquid. Liquid. Another first in mammoth history. Now, blood alone is crazy, but what scientists did to other sampled cells was truly the true crazy. As in one experiment, a team managed to stimulate her nuclei to perform certain biological activity, which is insane, and honestly gives me some flashbacks to Jurassic Park. However, not everything about this specimen is so grand. as there are elements of tragedy, as Yuka was in fact pretty much a baby at the time of her death, being perhaps no older than 6 years old, which thus leads to the question of what exactly happened to her. Originally, based off of some marks and cuts, it was thought that lions, and yes, Siberia had lions at one point, attacked and killed her, but left the carcass due to freezing conditions. And then this idea was later switched out for humans instead of lions. But now, it's actually believed that violence didn't get her, rather just old Mother Nature, who was especially harsh during the Ice Age. Specifically, while crossing a swamp, we think that Yuka became trapped in the mud and drowned, wherein the cold temperatures of the water and the frozen surroundings ended up mummifying her, and thus unknowingly creating a one-of-a-kind specimen. Now, with this all said, while Yuka may be the best preserved mammoth of all time, she doesn't keep the title when it comes to the Ice Age in general, and ironically the best preserved Ice Age animal happens to be even older, dating back to 42,000 years ago. But once again, this story takes place in Siberia, where in 2018, a team of mammoth tusk hunters were excavating parts of the Bodogaitka crater, the largest permafrost crater on the entire planet. And while spraying down some mud along its banks, a hunter started to notice something poking out. And given the large amounts of specimens from this area, it was immediately thought to be a piece of an Ice Age animal. But what they did not expect was for this said piece to really be an entire freaking horse that was 100% complete. I'm talking about hooves, fur, and even eyes, all included despite it being over 40,000 years old. And the inside of this horse is arguably even more impressive, as after cutting it open, they discover not only its digestive tract in perfect condition, but once again, liquid blood, which, given the age of the horse, makes it the oldest liquid blood ever discovered. And along with some red, they also found some yellow, if you get my drift, with liquid urine also being extracted. Another record in the age department. And what scientists are able to do with these liquids, more so the blood, is arguably even more impressive than the experiments ran on Yuka, for they weren't just able to extract DNA, but literally grow tissue from the horse's cell, a step towards bringing this animal back to life, according to the team. And the team has also stated that given its preservation, they will try to clone the creature, albeit admitting that it is still a long shot. Because in case you didn't know, bringing back extinct animals is a bit trickier than one might think. And yes, I did say extinct, as though this was a horse, this is not a kind you can find anymore, with the specimen belonging to a Lena horse, or Equus lanensis, a species that once roamed large parts of Siberia, from the late Pleistocene all the way to the recent Holocene, with the youngest specimens being about 5,000 years old. And on average, they were smaller than your typical horse, but they did possess unusually muscular and stocky builds that helped protect them from the brutal cold in the places they lived, with some estimates even stating that temperatures could have dropped to minus 70 degrees Celsius or minus 94 degrees Fahrenheit. So, in other words, cold enough to freeze the surface of your eye if kept open within 1 minute. Pretty cool, and yes, pun intended. Which also makes it pretty amazing that such a fun-sized and cute-looking creature could be so freaking darn tough. But that's evolution for you. And it's also pretty amazing that we have such well-preserved specimens, such as this horse and all the others that I just talked about. And I can only hope that in the future, there will be even more discoveries, and thus, more to talk about. Thanks for watching, and until next time, on Extinct Zoo.
Howdy! Welcome to the mystical world of Ren, a fantasy world that through dark means we have constructed in the game Vintage Story, and every day I play in it, I pay for my hubris of doing so. On the continent of Ren, besides the orcs, goblins, dragons, and unnameable horrors that lurk in every shadow, are 3 entirely player-controlled factions. The first being the Wood Elves, who control the southern Great Forest and sprawling river basin.
I'm gonna take a little 15-minute break-a-rooney, and then we're gonna get into some gaming, I think. Alright, Red, you have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow. Fuck me. Fuck. That works. I wonder. Okay, so we can do that. Nice. Alright, let's go down there. Whack. Fucker! Ah, you fuck stick. Okay, hold on. Fucking like ate my shield. Nice. Oh, fuck, that is a pit, okay. There we go. Okay. I have a feeling I didn't do something right there. Alright. Sucker. Okay. Oh. Holy fuck. Fuck. There we go. Die, shithead. Okay, so I gotta definitely hit that switch. Hell yeah! Let's go. Oh shit, that's where the boss is. Okay. Nice. Oh shit. That's cool. Alright. Smokey, let's go. The thing was here. Nope, that's just where the boss room is. Okay. Compass, nice. Alright, so now we got a couple more chests to go. One more on this floor. Okay, well, there's gotta be something in here, otherwise this room wouldn't exist. That was my bad. Before I use up that key to open that block, wait, will the seed shooter hit that? Alright, let's try it. So we can use send seeds. Well, helps if I actually equip the shooter and not just the satchel. So what happens when I just go through here? Still can't do anything. So. There we go. That wasn't nearly as annoying as I thought it would be. Alright. Headphone switch time. Unmute, unmute. Ah, you fuckheads! I hate these things. You can't even fucking do anything to them. Okay. That was stupid as hell. Fuck yeah. Okay. Ow, you fuckstick. Alright, hit it. gotta figure this shit out. Okay, so the boss key's either in here or... Boss key, let's go. Was that the last chest? Yes, it was. Hold on. All right. Alright, we're going back. Alright, now let's try not to use this boat. We actually think we can go back here. All right. Wait, can we climb? Really don't want to use up that red potion because we are still super broke. Oh, it's just a Goron. Okay. All right. slice. Oops. Alright. Now, where does this go? Alright. let's do this. Get back together, dickheads! Looks like we wound up using that potion anyway. Nice. Alright, we got another one. Another essence of time awakened. Alright, well, we finally beat another dungeon. Okay. That was more challenging. Wait. Well, I played this one in college? Either way, it was more challenging. Alright. What's in here? Alright, so a long way to go before we can make enough money to get another potion. Where else can I warp to while I'm in the past? Oh, I only have 10 bombs. Lame. Oh. All right. Well, right. I think we're gonna call it quits for the night. I'm a bit tired. So I will see you guys tomorrow night.